wait a little bit until people get in here. For those of you that are just logged on that I can't see right now, well, just a heads up, I was sharing all over social media the live stream, letting people know, hey, I'm live right now on the Boomhouse 69 channel. Hey, we got one person that joined. Welcome. You know, I almost thought about going to this well, bar and restaurant in my town, and I'm doing this music bingo thing they have where you try to, you know, they you use your phone and you get a music bingo card, and you try to figure out the artist and like the name of the song, and then if you got the name of the song on your bingo card, you click it, and then voila, you go to get a bunch of bingos and stuff. But yeah, I decided to do this. I'm like, I can make money off from YouTube one way or another. So it's like whether I do super chats or I just at the end upload this video and then let Google put ads on it. Either way, I'm making money on it, so it makes sense. Even if I'm only making like 5 cents or a penny, hey, that's more than I had the day before. Not many people get this opportunity or luxury, so woohoo. Well, yep. Give that an extra kitty up there. I don't know if they'll count that. Hey, you got three licks now. So for those of you, I'm gonna sense now we got about 4 people on here. That's good. I'm gonna show y'all something that happened to me. Would it have been about last week or so? Yeah, roughly there. Yeah, last week. Last week, Thursday, I'm going to show you something here. I'm going to pick up the camera and flip it around, but I'm going to show y'all something here. See if I can do this. I got my external microphone here because I don't know if I'm using the one built in on the tablet is okay, or doing it this way is better. Yes, I do got those one of those DJI little microphones that I actually lost the other one, and I don't know where it's at in my house, but I had 2 and then lost the one. But I don't use those too much because I know those are very, very expensive, and I'm just using this old cheaper one now. And I want to save the good one, for when I'm actually able to go out and about and stuff and so forth and so on. But I'm going to show y'all something that happened to me over Thursday, and we're going to talk about it. So, we're going to walk over here and I'll show you something, a boo-boo that happened to me while driving an automobile. This is what happened. This was my daily driver Ford Fusion 2006. The motor ran really good, but somebody ran a stop sign and I smashed into him. So that's what happened to me. So I'm in the process of trying to scrape up every little bit of pennies I can and try to get a vehicle. And it deployed both of the airbags. Right now we're waiting on the insurance coins, but that's what happened to me. On Thursday I was going to be heading to my local fair to just the local county fair to walk around and see what it was all about, but unfortunately God had other plans. And right in the center console I always keep a holy Bible, a little small holy Bible, and so that's what happened. I got in a wreck. The other person was at fault because they ran the stop sign at the corner. Of course, where it happened, I lived in this area since the day I was born, and that corner is a really bad corner to try to turn onto the main road, because the road I was on is called M66, Michigan 66. Hello there. Michigan 66 is what they call M66, and it's a state road. It's a main, busy 2-lane. You got cars, semis, you name it, cruising at 45, because that's the speed limit. And this person was on the crossroad trying to turn to go up the hill and make a left, and that's one of those corners where it just has a blinking, flashing light, and we crashed. I was coming down the hill doing the speed limit, and I didn't have time to stop, and the other person ran out, and I hit them. So they ran the stop sign, and I fender bendered with them. So yeah, there's what happened, and it deployed both of the airbags. My brother was actually riding in the car with me. He was in the passenger side. I was the driver, and so yeah, we got a doozy there. But all the damage, as far as like the rear goes, the back of this car, everything's all right on it. So it's one of those. I'll definitely have to get another vehicle. Yeah. Oh yeah, it did some damage. It was just front end. Matter of fact, for all you mechanics, I'll show you. Took out the radiator and all the goodies. And you know that frame, that one, and you know you hit pretty good when you got that bent. So yeah, that's what did. Total my car. Yeah, I'm alive. So yeah, but yeah, the person was trying to didn't do a proper stop, so they basically, from my understanding, the law enforcement ticket them for fail to yielding at a stop sign, because at this corner they just have a blinking red and yellow light, one of those blinking flashing lights. They don't have an actual real traffic light there. They're planning on in the near future putting one in, and probably the next year. But I was coming down the main road, the main hill, and a car ran the stop sign, and I smashed into them. So that's what happened. And hopefully y'all can hear me on this microphone. I don't know if it's working out or not, but yeah, I smashed into somebody as they ran the stop sign. The other person was legally at fault, and boy, she got it good. So for a while there on the Facebook community pages in my area, I was oh yeah, I walked away without a scratch. Basically, I only had one little bump on me, and that was it. Everyone was okay. Everyone else in the other vehicle was okay. God, Jesus, watching over us, all of us that was involved. Everyone walked away without a scratch. Basically, from my understanding. I walked away without a scratch. The only thing I got me one little red scar, and that was about it. And I'm not hurt or anything, but yep, that's where I'm at. And temporarily, thanks to a family member of mine, I was able to obtain this little car. But the sad news is this little car is the motor's going out in it, and they just gave us their old scrapper to run around in until we get something better. The goal is to see what we can get on the insurance and claims. See what they will give us on insurance. The other insurance. See what they'll give money wise, and then go from there and see what else we can get. Because around here, you can usually, if you do right and you search hard enough, you can find a pretty decent car still for around $5,000 or so. If you have 10 grand or 15 grand, you'll definitely get yourself a good use. So if you're sending super chats to me, well, guess what? They're gonna go towards me getting another car. So it's a few $100 bills my way, if you don't mind. Yeah, but yeah, that's what happened. Accidents happen. People. It's just how life goes. I know some people would have been in this situation, and during the accident would have been yelling and shouting and raising their voices at the other person and getting all angry and mad, and that don't do you no good. I do apologize for the camera shakiness. I'm holding the cameras and not using any stabilizer gimbal, so I don't blame y'all for getting off the live stream, because you're probably getting a headache from me holding this camera. But yeah, I know people sometimes will get raised and angry and shouting and all that stuff, and to me, it's not worth it. Everyone was okay. Cars can be replaceable. and you go about your business. Now I will go back onto the table and talk more about this here. But yeah, cars can be replaceable. You know, yeah. So that way this camera will be a little more stable and not all shaky and jittery and give you all headaches. I understand that whole shakiness of cameras and stuff. What's flipping around here? Yeah, plug this back in. Set it back up. Put this back in the microphone stand. But that's what happened. I was driving down the road and I was traveling coming down the hill in this road on M66. Some people call it Myers Hill. Some people refer to it as that live in the area, and that's referencing a store a department store, like a box store, a Walmart competitor, their store that was built on top of this hill. Because years ago, this main road used to be just back when my dad was growing up was just farmer's field, and then this one store, Myers, decided to purchase this one farmer's field and build a big old grocery like discount store like a Walmart, and so people nicknamed this road Myers Hill, because people were like, oh, that means you're going up to the store in Myers, And this hill, I was coming down it, and there's this right at the bottom. There's this road called Grand River. M66 goes straight. Grand River. Matter of fact, I will actually turn on my phone here and pull up Google Map. Why don't I do that? Well, let's see here. Let's cut this off. So I'll show you here. Hold on a second. It's going to take me a little bit. Right. We'll zoom right in. I don't know if I'll be able to pick this up real good. Let's do how do we? Oh well. It's called Grand River, but they also call it Maine on the map here. But this is where I was at. There's no actual traffic. Like, there's just one of those flashing, seeing where one side's flashing red, the other one's flashing yellow, which on 66 it always flashes cautious yellow, and then on the other end it flashes well, there's on Google Map, there's the corner I was at, 66 I was on. I was on 66 heading, well, it's down, I went a little, right here is where I was at. Here it is, I made a boo-boo there. There's what I was at, I went more further up, but there's where I was at. I was at that corner right there, Riverside and 66, right there. There's just a flashing light, they call it Riverside. The one road is Riverside and then M66. I was traveling down the main road, which is M66, the thicker, wider road here, and then the other person was right where my finger's at, crossing this way, or trying to turn on to 66. And as I was coming down the main state line, which is the thicker road, these people were right, well, on East Riverside Drive, on the east part here, trying to go, and then when they tried to go, I was coming downhill. I couldn't stop in time, and we collided where they was at fault. On this, where the Riverside Road is, that has a stop sign. That has where you gotta legally stop and wait until traffic is clear, and they thought they had enough time to hurry up and do their little shot trick, whatever you want to call it, and we crashed. So that's how my car got banged up and stuff, because I was traveling down the main road 66. I had the legal right of way. They didn't, and we collided, and our cars got in a wreck and stuff. Cars can be replaceable. Humans can't. Nobody got hurt. Everyone was okay. So, but yeah, it happened right there at that corner. Everyone that's lived in this area for many, many years, they know that's a bad corner and stuff, and it's quite dangerous. And even I know that's why I never try to make turns there or anything. I just when I don't even try to cut across or anything. I try to avoid that as much as possible. Sometimes real early in the morning you might get away with trying to do a turn there and stuff, but when you're at that corner, what you want to do is you basically want to. What they should have done was and waited. Obviously they weren't waited, but what they should have done was it's just instead of trying to do some fancy maneuver, turning. I think they was trying to turn left. I think what it was right there at that corner. They was on the riverside road trying to turn left, and you just can't do it. And so my car hit the side of their car front end. My front end just went like this with their car, and then my car went bam and smashed into them. So that's what happened. All parties are okay from my understanding, and me and my brother were the only two in the car. We didn't get hurt or anything, so it was good. Someone driving a little hot rod, so that's what happened. And my car got fendered. So now it's just wait for the insurance claim, and then when the insurance claim goes all through and all that stuff, then look at how much we got and then get a better car, because that little car, that little Fiat 500, was given to me basically for free, and we were warned that the motor is going out in that little car, and we know that. Me and my brother know, okay, this little Fiat car, that's just a quick temporary get us by until we get something better, and then as soon as we get something better, both of them cars will probably be sent off to a scrapyard. What I'm going to do with the Ford Fusion anyways is I'm going to wait until all the insurance stuff is yeah, I know the lamb chops are all uneven and stuff. That's how it goes in my neck of the woods. I try to even them up one day, but I don't care. Hey, whatever makes people laugh, But yeah, on the car situation, on that Fusion, I'm going to wait until all the insurance stuff is done and over with, and we're all in the clear on that. Then I'm going to just simply haul that off to the scrapyard. Yeah. Yeah, it don't bother me, I noticed that the other day. I did try to, on the sideburns, try to fix them a little bit. Normally I'm able to shave them to like a little point where they're kind of like almost like almost like a triangle shape, kind of little point at the end, but I don't do that much. I just kind of, I notice I get a lot of looks from the ladies at the store and stuff, because the whole this style of that I'm going with, like the 70s lamb chops and stuff, it's all 60s and 70s style of sideburns and stuff, and you don't see that much no more with the sideburn stuff, so that's why I do it, just to kind of stand out and stuff. But yeah, with the car situation, we'll get that all straightened out, taken care of, and wait on the insurance and scrape up the money, and then whatever money we got, go from there and get another nice daily driver and get ourselves back on our feet and be good to go. I guess when I'm showing off my car, I guess that's when people really like to see that, But yeah, in case you're wondering what I'm drinking right now, Mountain Dew. And then I got some Coca-Cola Mellow Yellow. All chilling and stuff, But yeah, that's what happened. Got in a wreck, collided, did and stuff, and so now we'll get hopefully get a new car. I was looking at a minivan, a nice Dodge minivan, because I like the idea with a minivan, because you can haul stuff, and also you have more room for putting more things. No, I don't do karate or any jitsu martial arts stuff. I'm no Bruce Lee. Maybe when I was a kid, though, pretending to be a karate guy. I remember the old movie Karate Kid and Bruce 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 Lee movies. I think I used to have a VHS copy of one of Bruce Lee's movies and stuff, but if I did, I don't have it no more, or my VCR ate it and I threw it out. Yeah, I don't do any karate stuff. I'm from Michigan. A state that looks like a hand, where you can use your hand as a map. United States. Oh, hell no, I never found me a girlfriend yet. Ain't no woman gonna want me anyways. Yeah. Well, there's ladies that I think were interested in me, but I don't pursue them and stuff. I don't hardly talk to women on social media. I have talked a little bit, like, and stuff, but, as far as that goes, I don't, I'm just clearing all my notifications on my phone. I don't, I don't hardly talk to women much. Just the other day one day I had about 254 Facebook friends, and now I'm down to 252 because I don't hardly talk or post much on Facebook because I don't know really what do people really want to see about me in my daily life and stuff. So you know, I don't know what to post to grab people's attentions on social media and get people interested in socializing with me. And then plus, I don't know how to properly text message people, how to get conversations going, and when do you comment, when do you not, when do you talk, and when not to talk on like private messenger, or now they call it DM, direct message. And I don't know how to do all that stuff. I don't know the art or the knack. Yeah. And plus, since I can make money off from YouTube doing live streaming and stuff, I kind of been focusing more on that and stuff, trying to figure out YouTube. Like, that's why you don't see too many like daily videos, because even on YouTube, I'm always kind of like, what can I post? What do I get those people's attentions? And love those pork chops, yeah, yeah. How I came up with this idea is, first of all, very beginning, Elvis Presley, he did it. I remember it growing up as a kid, seeing posters of him and pictures and stuff of him doing the sideburn thingy. Then I also, with the cowboy hat and the sunglasses, that's kind of copying a little bit Hank Williams Jr. Yes, I have a regular job, actually. I work for a department store walking around collecting shopping carts. And at my daytime job, I actually make a little bit close to $400 a week. So that's so a little bit over 300, roughly around 400 a week on my daytime job. Now with YouTube, I don't hardly make much on YouTube. Usually if I do make anything, it's only around, $100. I don't make a whole lot. My goal is to build up YouTube and make it successful, where I don't gotta worry about this other job, and I can just focus on making money off from YouTube and build up basically build up a YouTube empire and make a really, yeah, YouTube is a tricky thing. It can be done, and even in these times, YouTube's always changing up the algorithm. They're always doing these different changes, trying different things and stuff, and then you got TikTok and Instagram, Facebook, and all the other social media platforms out there doing all sorts of different things and doing their versions of like making video platforms, and so it's really hard. I like YouTube because so far YouTube is one of the most video platforms out there where they kind of promote more long videos, and I like that. I like being able to have the option of being able to upload a long video or a short video or whatever, Like this, I like that I can also do on a live stream, do the verticals straight up and down, or do a horizontal side to side type live stream, excuse me. So, yeah. Yeah. I know people like the review videos, and I like doing those. Like, but the thing with me is, financially, money wise, obviously with the car situation, buying this house and stuff, and with my salary that I work at a job right now, I cannot afford to just go out and buy random things and say, oh, let's put this to the test. And I know it would make me lots of views, but I just can't afford it in the budget. And then plus all the food that I eat, like when it comes to food reviews and stuff, all the food that I eat, well, guess what? I'm eating the same old garbage over and over daily. Where if I made a food review video about what I eat, it's already been done. So, and I don't want to make the same. Basically, I don't want to make the same video twice and stuff. Well, I think this is the most I had on a live stream. But a few days ago, I live streamed me messing around with a Citizens Band CB radio and was playing that where people were just listening to truckers talk and I enjoyed that. I thought that was fun to do. And yes, people are using the pantry. I haven't made any videos updates like I was going to do. I was going to do daily, but so far I've been slacking in that and got to get my like the firecracker under my butt to do that. But usually what happens is I work a second shift job. So I work evenings, and then what happens is by the time I get up to actually go to work, because I'm a night owl, I stay up all night and then I sleep and then I wake up. By the time I wake up, I gotta hurry up and get ready and go to work, so I don't get time to make videos in the morning or do a little quick pantry video and stuff. But yeah, people are using the pantry. So far it's going okay. You know, people have donated and people done people used it, people's donated, but it's not going as what good as what I wish it would. I wish it was better and stuff. And I noticed there's a lady that she has her own little pantry out here on M21, and she ended up on the local news and stuff about her little pantry and her little deal and stuff. And I was really grateful for her doing what she's doing and stuff. And I was my goal is to hopefully on that little pantry and helping out those in need on my YouTube channel. I was hoping to get kind of like big like she's getting and stuff, so I can do a lot, because I just don't want to. When it comes to helping out those in need, I just don't want to just do a little pantry thing. I want to do a lot more. For helping people. I want to actually do videos where I could afford to go and buy a decent car. For example, this little Fiat 500. I would love to. From the looks of it, the body doesn't look too bad. I haven't looked underneath it to see how the undercarriage is of the car, but I think it would be neat to be rich and loaded with money, and that little Fiat 500 to be able to fix the motor in it, have the motor rebuilt in it and stuff, and do a rebuild, because on that Fiat car the motor's rattling and shaking. It's on its last leg. When we got it from the family member that we got it from, they warned us that, hey, we were just basically going to sell this car off for scrap metal, but if you guys want it for free, you can have it, but the motor's going out in it. And me and my brother both understand that that's a temporary car. That's the car you use until you can hurry up and get the money and get you something better. And then once you get something better, then you decommission that car and stuff. And I think if I was rich and loaded with money right now, I think it'd be kind of fun to see what's wrong with the motor and see how much it would cost to fix up the motor and make that a little bit better runner. And then if I had a ton of money and I really didn't want that car, be able to be rich enough where I could just go up to somebody that needed a car and say, hey, here's a car with a rebuilt motor, and have at it. And probably would need the transmission rebuilt too, I think, because transmission sometimes acts a little interesting. Right, yeah. Yeah, cars around me. You can if you look hard enough for around $5,000 or around $3,000 to $5,000, you can get a pretty decent car for the now times. I remember as a kid growing up, you used to be able to get cars that only had like 100,000 miles on it, or had like 26,000 miles on it. I think one time my dad bought a car and only had like 50,000 on it. Punto, two-seater, yeah. Yeah. And I remember you can get cars that had, back when I was growing up, that had under 100,000 miles, but nowadays that ain't the case. Nowadays, if you see a car that's got like 120 or 110,000 on the miles, you better be scoffing it up if it's really good. Well, that's maybe I can adjust this where excuse me, I gotta adjust this where I can not be in the sunlight. Ooh, that's worse. See if I can't. See if we can adjust this. Oh, that sunlight was bothering me. See if that helps a little. Move this rocking chair. There we go. Yeah, sorry about that. No matter what I position myself, the sun won't be bright. I used to have a tarp up, kind of acting as a curtain, but the problem with that is the tarp made the porch look a little ghetto, but yeah, in my area for around 3,000, 5,000, you can get still a pretty decent run of cars and stuff. One thing I liked about that Ford Fusion, and if I ever saw another one that was on the market that was cheap and good condition, I'd definitely buy it, is the motors were really good in those Fusions. I really liked the motor in that, because the Ford Fusion motor, that car, before I got in a wreck with it, only had 179,000 on the miles, and the motor was going strong, where I had no check engine lights on or any funky business with it, where the motor just kept going and kept going. I kept routine oil changes on it, and doing what you're supposed to do, maintaining the motor, and the only thing I had to done on that car was just your standard, brakes after a while, and new tires, and that was about it. And that car just ran strong and kept going until I got in a wreck with it. Now it's toast and stuff, but it's a good running car, where if I was looking around and I saw one at a dealership that had low miles and was in really good shape and not all rusted out, I would be going to look at it, and if it ran fine and everything, I would buy it in a heartbeat. I wouldn't bat an eyeball on a Ford Fusion. I would like to get a minivan so I can have room to kind of haul stuff, if I happen to go somewhere and I want a couch or something, or some new piece of furniture, it'd be nice to have a vehicle that you can haul stuff in. But, take what you can get, That's what I'm going to do, shop around and stuff. I did see a minivan for sale in the marketplace, and that once I get the money, I am going to look into it, if it's still on the market, go there and, possibly, if it runs good and seems to be all right, maybe make them an offer and go from there. Stuff. And I think they had 148. It was a Dodge Grand Caravan, one of those Dodge minivans. I can't remember. It might have been a Town and Country, but one of the newer style Dodge vans. It's one of those I have in the ceiling, the DVD players, the little screens and stuff. And that kind of caught my attention a little bit because when I was a kid growing up, I always thought that people who had TVs in their cars or screens and stuff, or I thought they were richies, you know. Because one time, years ago when I was a kid growing up, I had an uncle that was a truck driver. He drove for the store brand Spartan Nash. He was a truck driver for Spartan Nash, and him and his wife, my one aunt, my dad's sister, they had a big old van that had an analog TV built in the ceiling and stuff in the rear, and I remember him sitting one time. I'm visiting with my folks and him sitting in there watching the Drew Carey show and stuff, and he made a lot of money because he got him a good career and was good at truck driving and made a lot of decent money working for Spartan Nash and driving semis and stuff and making deliveries. And I think he was what they call a daytime driver, where he would be gone most of the day and then basically come home and stuff, and was home daily, one of the home daily type drivers. I don't think he ever did much over the road. I did have another uncle, my dad's one brother, that used to do over the road trucking and made a lot of money doing that. And I know you can and I had a grandpa too that both of my grandpas were delivery drivers. My dad's father, he worked for a factory doing deliveries. He drove what they call straight truck. He drove the Class B style trucks and cargo vans, and then my mom's father, he was an over the road truck driver for many years. He was a Smokey and the Bandit type guy, kind of over the road trucker for many years. He drove trucks back in the 60s and 70s and did a lot of over the road and stuff. My mom's father actually learned how to drive semis and trucks and stuff because he was in the Korean War, so he hauled supplies to the front lines and stuff. I actually got a picture of him on Facebook in his uniform and stuff. So yeah. Yeah. And my goal is with the whole, and that's why I did that last live stream of playing, messing around with a citizen band radio, is because I grew up around CB radios and stuff, because of all the truckers in my family and stuff. And then my parents were both from that generation where the CB radio back in the day was like your cell phone and stuff, So that's how I came about knowing about CB radios, because my father was part of the CB generation where when he was growing up, if you had if you had a really tall tower antenna and a big old base CB radio, you were the wealthy guy, back then. So, yeah. List of GTA 5 missions before you can play. I don't play a whole lot of Grand Theft Auto there, just to let you know. The last time I played Grand Theft Auto was when I played that Grand Theft Auto San Andreas for PS2, PlayStation 2. I did have for a short while a PlayStation 2, but I got rid of it because I don't care to play those games. If I play any sort of video games, it's going to be cartridge based. It's going to be the 80s Nintendo, Super Nintendo, the N64, Sega Genesis, the Ataris. Just basic cartridge gaming, because vintage games are more what I like stuff, because I'm into vintage technology. So vintage video games are my thing. Any sort of games that require a CD, not my thing. Unless it's from the 90s and a CD-ROM games for Windows 95 or Windows 98 vintage computer, then yeah, I'm all for it. Oh yeah. Yeah. So what's your favorite game? Well, when I was a kid, I played a lot of the original Super Mario's 1, Super Mario's 2, Super Mario Brothers 3, the Super Mario games and favorite games. I would say my favorite games, like as far as like board and card games go, would be like oh Uno is one of my favorite card games, and board games. The Game of Life, Sorry, are the two. Sorry is a good one, and the Game of Life. And then the old marbles game, Aggravation. That's a good one, and then Trouble. Those are some games I like board games wise. As far as video games would go, I would say for video games, vintage PC games like California Dreams, Street Rod. That's the one I like. Street Rod 1 is my favorite, and then that game they used to call them Stunts 4D. That's was my favorite. I always liked that game because I would. It was Stunts 4D was a game where you tried to race. You had a time and you had to try to beat this timer and try to race over obstacles and stuff without crashing your car. And what I liked about it, they let you build your own racetracks. So I would just build as a kid, I'd build little towns and pretend I was driving around in a little town and stuff. I remember many times as a kid growing up getting those steering wheels and brake pedals for for a computer controls and playing and pretending I was driving around in a little town. And that Stunts 4D was a real cool game I liked to play when I was a kid growing up. And the old DOS game called Vet, where you race a Corvette around little towns and cities. I really liked that one and stuff because you could just drive around the town and not actually do the actual race. Games Vet. A lot of the games I played back in the day were old DOS games and stuff. I also like SimCity. No, I actually don't play chess. I'm not a chess player. I know what chess is, but it just doesn't spark my interest to play them. I played it probably as a kid a few times, but I just don't care to play chess. I really don't know how to play chess and not really into learning or anything. It's not my jam. I've done more checkers than chess. But yeah, back to the vintage video games. A lot of the games that I played were old 80s and early 90s DOS games or Windows games and stuff that I really liked them. So yeah. And then SimCity, the original first SimCity. I also, as a kid, used to like the streets of SimCity. I liked that one and stuff. That was always cool. I remember having this one old computer that was really old and slow, and I one time tried to play Streets of SimCity on that, and it lagged really bad, and I would sit there and laugh as a kid. Because I always liked those games. Because I was really into driving games and stuff when I was a kid, where you could just do whatever you want in the game and not have to really actually play the game. And yeah, I always liked that. Also, the SimCity. I remember I had SimCity Classic for Windows and stuff, the CD-ROM. And then a computer program that I liked to mess around with was it was a drafting program where you could design and build your own little house and stuff, and then do like a 3D walkthrough of it and stuff called Home Punch Design or something. I think it was called Super Home Punch Design, and as a kid I really liked messing around with that because at the time I had a brother that was learning how to do computer drafting and stuff, and he had bought in this program because he was about at the time middle school, going to high school, and he was kind of figuring out what he wanted to do for a career. Nelly Belly 818, hey there, and stuff. So he had this software program called Super Home Punch that was for designing your own home and stuff. And I remember messing around with that a lot. Had that program for a really, really long time, and now I don't have it no more. And I'm like, oh darn, I wish I still kind of had that for poops and giggles. But they still make the software, but a newer version. And I kind of thought about if I had extra money, which it costs around $300 to $400 to get the program, I would goof around messing around with the modern version and see how it compares to their old version they had of this home punch. My brother, of course, this program I'm talking about is something that modern day drafters would not actually use as a professional program. It was just something back in the day designed for more of the home market for people that just kind of wanted to goof around, you know. My brother, he actually uses a professional design software for computer drafters called Chief Architect and stuff, and he uses Architect. In the past he has messed around with AutoCAD and he knows about Autodesk Rivet and all those real popular for drafting programs and stuff, and he knows his stuff when it comes to drafting. He knows more about that than I do. Hey, I got 6 likes. I gotta hit the hay. Nearly 1 a.m. here. Actually, where I'm at, it's about 8 something, 8 o'clock to be exact. So here in Michigan, it's 8 p.m. So yeah. I hope you have a good night there, Anthony Hillocks. But yeah, I got the super chats going, so if you want to send me a super chat and stuff, matter of fact, let's go back over to the car and I'll talk about it again and what happened. Show you all the damage. So we can unhook everything here. So let's show you all the that seemed to be, yeah, there's what happened to my daily driver. There's what happened to the daily driver. Got in a wreck with it. Somebody hit a stop sign and decided to take her out. You know, they ran the stop sign and then I smashed into them. They was at fault, and so yeah. And it deployed all the airbags. So nobody got hurt, thankfully. Me and my brother were the only 2 passengers, and it deployed both airbags. I think this is the first time I ever been in a wreck where the passenger airbag deployed them. But it deployed the the driver one there and stuff. So car's officially totaled. All I gotta do now is just clean her out and make her better. Clean her out and get her ready for the scrapyard. I am going to do all that, but I'm gonna first wait for all this insurance stuff. But yeah, there's like your air filter box. One thing I always did, I'll see if I set you all down here for a bit. See if I can't talk a little bit here. Okay, yeah, there we go. I just had to put the stick up there. Yeah, she took out the air filter there. See how clean this air filter was. Boy, it pinched everything. Here's how grubby my air filter was. Yeah, it definitely should have been changed. I think they did that when I changed it when I had the tune-up that time, but yeah, there's all the damage it did to it. I'm doing this so you mechanics can see what happens. And somewhere out there, there's some wannabe mechanic that would sit there and say to me, yeah, that can be fixed, and you know. I'm like, yeah, this car can be fixed. No, it's total, buddy. So I know there's some wannabe mechanics out there that would say that, and oh, I can fix that. Yeah, yeah. If it could be fixed, it's going to cost thousands of dollars, and the amount of money I'd put into that, I could go buy another one and another car and have it running. Since the airbags are deployed and stuff, it's considered total. It poops the radiator. The first thing I did as soon as I got in the wreck, I hurried up and made sure the car was in park, and I made sure the motor was off, because that's very important when you get in a wreck. If you're awake, you're well, you're responsive, and you can move, you can do things. Hurry up and get your car motor off, get everything shut off, cut the power to the car, so that way, if anything's leaking or any electrical wiring is sparking, you can hurry up and shut it off, and nothing will catch fire or have any worse problems. I looked at it, God was watching over us. He was really, paying attention and stuff, and it could have been worse. It definitely could have been. But it's not. I walked away, and so did my brothers, so everyone involved was able to walk away basically without a scratch. But what will happen is I will eventually just take this car and haul it to the scrapyard. Yeah. Yeah, I'll hold this for a few minutes and see if I'll get some people on the live stream. But yeah, I got some super chats. Got the stream monetized, so if y'all want to send super chats, you're more than welcome to. Yeah, there's what happened. I'm just messing around. Just give you all a good close-up of what happened. Yeah, that's what happened there. I was coming down the hill on M66, and a car ran the stop sign, and I smacked into him. I think the cop wrote him up a ticket for not properly U-ing at a stop sign. And I know they got a ticket because the cop told me, yeah, I gave the other person a ticket that was at fault and stuff. So, yeah, there's what happened. I do apologize for the heavy breathing because I'm a big guy, so. There's a good look at how everything is all smashed. I want to take a picture of that. Hold on a second. Let me be right back. I just quick take a snap photo before the sun goes down and stuff like that. Well, there's a good view of what happens when you get in a good wreck. Yeah, because I remember when I was walking away, I seen it leaking and stuff when it was puking out some radiator fluid and all kinds of goody. Yeah, some of you mechanics will get a fascination out of this. Even cracked the windshield too. Funny thing is, I bet if I put the battery back in this and get back up, I bet the darn thing would still crank over, being it's a Ford. I'm not going to do that because I don't want to accidentally have something stay on and then there be a fire or something. But well, yeah, I bet it would. This thing would start and run. Because being it's a Ford, and Fords will amaze you sometimes. But like any other car manufacturer out there, Ford has good cars. They have bad cars as well. They all have a good car, and then they all have their bad cars. Like General Motors, they made really good some Oldsmobile cars, and then they made some crappy cars. And same thing with Dodge. Dodge made some good vehicles, and then they made some crappy vehicles. Usually, it's all about how you go about keeping and maintaining your vehicle that determines how long it's going to last and run for. Oh yeah, I'll cut this. Keep that in case some mechanic or somebody wants to look at that, and I'll have a way to prop up the hood. Yeah. But there's my wrecked car. That's what happened in my life. So. Well, the local tow company, they love my butt. Because it actually cost me about, for the record, because I was only about 10 miles away from my house, it only cost me about, I think it was around, I think like 375 or 275 or something like that. So it wasn't too bad for nowadays. Because obviously them diesel them diesel cars them diesel trucks they use and stuff. And those diesels, they cost quite a bit of fuel and stuff. So yeah, there's more of what the car looks like. So I know people on Facebook and stuff, Facebook friends of mine that are mechanics and stuff, and they'll like to really, look that car over and stuff, because what I'm going to do is, when I'm finally ready to scrap that car out, I'm going to get a hold and let everyone know, let all the mechanic Facebook friends know about it, because they might be able to, hey, there might be some parts on it that they could use. I don't know, I'm not a mechanical person, but I'm assuming there might be a few good little parts. You might even be able to rip the motor out of it and maybe swap out a few things. I don't know if the motor has gotten major damage to it, but from the looks of it, there might be some bruises on the motor itself, but someone might be able to even pull the motor and slot the motor in something else. But the thing is, that motor is a high miles motor because it has 179,000 on the actual miles. So that's why people would have to. And that, but you never know, there might be a one or two little pieces here and there that might be too. Well, I know the tires you could easily, if a scrapper person wanted to, they could take the tires off in it, because those are practically new. They're those them tires are winter style season tread tires, are kind of more of a winter tread, and those would be good for somebody that wanted to sell used tires and stuff. And in the rims there, those would be a good thing. And I know the transmission was, as far as I know, was okay in it. So you might be able to drop the transmission and get you a few $100 out of that and stuff. But yeah. Most likely, what would happen is whoever what would happen is I would just sell that car off to some scrapper or salvage yard that will rip parts off in that and sell off, or they'll just or probably a scrapper will come along, give me a couple $100, and then they'll send it to a scrap yard that will scrap it down and melt it down the metals and stuff, and then and take the metals to like a refinery and stuff. How they do like them and stuff. So yeah, there might be a there. Oh, for somebody that does that runs a scrap yard or a mechanic that does pulling parts and stuff, they might. I don't know. They might get lucky and find a few good parts on there still, but I don't know. The way it's crinkled like it is, I imagine there ain't a whole much there to as far as. You know. But if there might be some mechanic out there that would like that, and they would rip the motor out of it and replace all the broken motor stuff and kind of do like a nice little rebuild of the motor and then slap it in another vehicle, that they have another fusion that would do it, because that body was in really good shape because it was originally from California. It was a California car, so it had practically zero rust. Because I was thought to myself, well, if this motor ever gets to the point where it's going out, it would, and the body was still in real good shape and didn't have hardly any rust, I was actually debating about fixing it up, and I had debated if this would have never happened, if this wreck would have never happened, I was actually debating about whether or not to just simply fix the motor up real nice and then have the motor rebuilt in it and keep running it until the body rusted out on it. Because usually in Michigan, cars will either have low miles and completely rusted out bodies, or they'll have high miles on the motor and good bodies that have hardly no rust on them and stuff. So that's what, since this was a California car, that was one of the things I had thought about doing. If the motor whatever got high miles, I would have did had a motor rebuilt done on her. And if the body was still good in good shape and stuff. But now after this wreck, it's done for, and where you just haul it to the scrapyard, take the money, put it with your other money you got, and go get you a different vehicle. I know some people have bought vehicles out of state and stuff, so I even debate about that, figuring out how to do that as well, find a decent car out of state in the states where cars don't rust as bad, and figure out how do they get them up here to Michigan and stuff where I live and all that, What would be neat is have a family member, somebody going to Florida, and they say, hey, we found at this dealership a decent little car and stuff that would be perfect, or whatever, minivan, and say, yeah, bring it up here to Michigan somehow, because my grandma that time, I had a grandma that lived down in Florida for many years with a guy, and the guy passed away of old age, and so she came back to Michigan and to be with her children, and she had it down in Florida, a Cadillac car, and her one son rented a U-Haul truck and one of the little dollies they had, and little two-wheel little dolly things, and loaded up her car and drove it back to Michigan, and dollied it all the way back to Michigan, so she'd have a nice little car to drive around in and stuff. She had a Cadillac car at the time, and so. Do you read the comment section? Yes, I do read the comment section, but the last comment somebody put before you was, I gotta hit the hay, it's nearly 1 a.m. here. Hey, Boom, what's up, my friend? Finally caught you live. Positive energy from West Virginia. You are an amazing human being. The world needs more. Yes, thank you very much for the kind comments and stuff, yeah. Because I do want to try to help out those in need and stuff. And I do read the comment section, so T2 Society, so drop your comments and stuff, even send me a super chat if you want. I know some people, they make live streams based around super chats. Oh, super chat, super chat. Oh, we laugh. Sheesh. There's so many people out there. I noticed that just do live streams begging for the super chats. And it's like, and then I think to myself, are you no different than the dude standing on the street corner holding a cardboard sign saying need money? Those types of beggars, because that kind of begging is always talked about a lot on social media, internet, and kind of negatively run down. But I like to say to these people who create GoFundmes and these live streams, and they monetize the super chats, and they're always like, send me all kinds of super chat. I won't answer your question unless you send me a super chat and all that stuff. It's like, are you no better than they are? I understand what me was originally meant for and stuff, and I understand why people sometimes do it, because, even me, I might have to break down and swallow my pride, and I have to subscribe and hit that like button. Darn tootin'. Matter of fact, let me get on my phone here and let's see here. We'll go to my and I discovered this, that while I'm on my one camera device here, I can also be on my phone and watching this live stream and use my live stream to comment. Oh. I went to school with you, kindergarten through Ridgeway. Yep. Yeah, I went to the same school all the way up through K through 12. I went to a school called Saranac Elementary School. As a matter of fact, the town that I lived in it ever since the day I was born. My good eye, so I could get my lazy eye to work. I even made it this far on YouTube. I was a lot better at it than what I am and stuff, but I definitely got surprised I even made it this far. I know there's some people that, man, they can make it so far on YouTube where they got like thousands and thousands of people watching them. Like some people can in 3 days already have like 20,000 people watching them, and I'm like, how in the heck do those people do that? There's actually some people that I've been on YouTube for longer than they have, and they already surpassed me in subscribers and views and stuff. One lady is actually a lady that used to be my mom used to know her grandparents back in the day, and she does cooking videos. That's all she, as far as I know, she does on YouTube. I haven't been lately been busy working, haven't been paying attention to her channel, but City Girl Homestead is what she, yeah, City Girl Homestead is what she calls her YouTube channel. I'm subscribed to her channel, and she started a YouTube. I had already done YouTube for a while, and she started one, and she's been on YouTube a lot shorter than I have, and she's doing a lot better than me and stuff on YouTube. And I say, hey, good for her and stuff. There's people I've seen that just started a YouTube channel and they're already doing way better than I am, and I think, hey, props to that and stuff. And I think they likely got a viral moment and are writing it as you're supposed to do. Right, she does cooking videos and some kind of few things. Where me, I'm all over the place on YouTube. I don't want to be just about one topic. I want to be about a variety of different things and stuff. And so that's what's not, helping me. That's why a lot of content creators I notice will make multiple channels and stuff and different things. And me, I'm not really going to do that, make all kinds of multiple YouTube channels. I'm just going to stick with one for now, and then maybe later on make some different channels. Maybe make them a variety of different channels maybe later on and stuff. I don't know. Boy, this live stream camera's making me look like I got man boobs.
Jason?
Hey, Jason.
How are you?
Doing good.
Good, how you been? Sorry to hear about your car.
What?
Sorry to hear about your car. You alright?
Yeah, we're doing fine.
Good.
Yeah, me and Lancer, we survived. Everyone walked away and stuff. Cars can be replaced and
Right,
stuff.
but not people, so I'm glad you're alright.
Yeah, we were fine. We were all wearing our seatbelts, doing what we were supposed to
You
do.
get your new hearing aids?
No, it's just one of the little cheaper ones.
Yeah, but are you getting them soon?
What?
Are you getting them soon?
Yeah, I'm gonna be getting some that I actually just for two of them costing over $4,500. Yeah,
Wow.
because they gotta custom make them to fit the ear properly, and then the electronics gotta be custom to the actual my level of hearing and stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Nice.
and the good thing is I got an organization that agreed to pay for them and stuff.
Good.
So basically, I'm getting them for free. But
yeah. Did you notice me when we walked up earlier?
What?
Did you notice me when we walked by earlier?
Yep.
Yeah.
I seen you.
It's been a while, so I got you on Facebook.
Yep.
Yeah. So cool. Well, good. I'm glad to hear you're all right.
Yeah. Me and Lisa both walked away without a scratch. Even the other party walked away.
Good.
The driver lady did get checked out by the ambulance and stuff. She was at fault because at Grand River and 66 there, the other person ran the stop sign, and so coming down 66 at 45 miles per hour, smashed right into them.
Yeah.
So they got written up for failing to yield and stuff. Because they actually thought I was turning, because I did have my turn signal on, because I was lane changing over into the slow lane, and so they thought, oh, we got time to hurry up and get across, and they found out the hard way and stuff, so they got right big time.
You're in the right, though.
What?
Did good. You did good, though.
Yeah.
Good. Nice to see you, buddy.
Yep.
Take care. Yeah. Thank you. Nice seeing you. Take care.
Yeah, I just talked to somebody I know. But yeah. Yeah, they look good. Yeah, that's what that Cindy Girl Homestead, she just does mostly cooking videos and meal prep, and she even does some donation videos, I think, as well, and stuff, So yeah, a lot of people, stick to one type of content and stuff, and where me, I'm more all over the place, because I want to try to build up a YouTube channel that's going to be like a TV station and stuff, That's the goal and stuff, is to have a variety of different content out there and stuff, because even a little bit there. They're alright. Yeah. Oh, after a while, these chops, I'll get sick of them, and then I'll just get some. Actually, probably shave them off. Got something in my nose. Oh yeah, that's how it. Well, that's my goal with this whole YouTube thing, is create something that's gonna be like a TV show. That one looks slightly longer than the other one. Probably. Yeah, it does. This one looks a little on the short side, where I'll just have to nip a little. But, whatever. I ain't worried about it. But for real, this shirt makes me look like I got tatas. Shouldn't do that too much, because I don't want to get demonetized and banned. Yeah, my goal is to look like one of those dudes that think they're a chick there. I guess I'm doing it. Looks like I got man tattoos. But yeah, I can probably trim that up a little. Normally I would shave them to a point. Yeah. But hey, it's being different. It makes me stand out, so maybe that's why the girls smile. And they give them those checkers and stuff. But yeah. But yeah, that's my goal with the whole YouTube thing, is to try to build up a YouTube channel that will that'll be like basically like what do they call those? A production company, and then be like a variety of different things and stuff. So that way, and make multiple different types of videos. I do want to do some build videos on this channel. Sometime when I get a vehicle that I can haul stuff, like a cargo van or a minivan, like I talked about, and get pallet wood and all that stuff, and be able to thank you very much for the comment. Be able to to do some build videos, get scrap building material and try to Boomhauer tries to make a hobo shack or something, and like, well, like what the homeless do, and try to my hand at making my own little homeless shelter and stuff. I think that would be cool to do. The only thing is, I would do on that build video like that, I would make it something easy that you can load up on a flatbed trailer and then well, I'd make one where it would be like a hobo shack where anybody can, just a standard normal, like trying my hand at building my own little hobo shack, and then build one that could be actually used by a homeless person and stuff. And boy, this shirt really does make me look like I got man tattoos. But yeah. But yeah, it would be to make this YouTube channel all about a variety of different content and stuff, and do travel videos. Definitely a lot of giving videos of giving to those in need and stuff. And be able to figure out how to do giveaways and stuff on here, because I would really love to do that in the near future on this channel. Do a lot of giveaways and stuff. And so yeah, I'm gonna hopefully do that and stuff. Do a lot of giveaways and just all sorts of content and stuff. Because I think it would be cool to be able to do that, like I talked about doing reviews of mini bikes and mopeds and e-bikes, and get a bunch of e-bikes and stuff that are really good, and then buy some power stations and stuff and donate them. Solar power stations and stuff, and donate some to the homeless, so that way homeless people can have a way to get around town, and then give them also a solar power station that they can use to charge up the e-bike and help them get around, and because an electric e-bike would be good for a homeless person. You give them a electric power station, get them a little bicycle trailer to cart the solar panel and the power station around and stuff, and let them be able to be able to travel long distances and stuff, and help them get to where they need to go. Say they're in an area that's not working out for them, they can hop on the e-bike and move to another area that would be better suited for them, and be closer to where there's more options available and stuff. Because I know nowadays a lot of governments are trying to pass laws and make it a crime and stuff, because they don't want you to live. They just want to lock you up like a caged animal, and nobody wants to get to the root of the problem of why the person is homeless and figure out the best way to help them. And sometimes homeless don't even want to be helped and stuff too, so you take that into consideration. There's people out there that you just can't help no matter what. But sometimes, giving an electric bicycle to a homeless person can sometimes lift their spirits and give them that leg up they need to get out of the situation they're in. Because some businesses might say, hey buddy, if you ain't got an address, that's fine, as long as you got transportation. They might look the other way, on it, as long as you got a way to show up every day to work and stuff. And then if you're a homeless person and you ride an electric bicycle around to get back and forth to work to the company, and the company knows you're homeless, they might say, well, here, you can charge up your electric bicycle at our facilities and stuff. I would definitely, if I was going to give a homeless person an electric e-bike and stuff, what I would 100% do is make sure it had pedals. Make sure they can pedal it and stuff. The ones that are what they consider pedal assist and stuff. So that way, when the battery went out, they could still pedal it to the next charging station, or to back to their campsite or wherever they're going and stuff, and get it charged up. That's why I also put set it up where they would have give them a power station that could, with a 100-watt solar panel, and give it to them, or the cops one. Right, a lot of people don't realize the difference between electric dirt bikes and electric motorcycles and all that stuff. Each state has different regulations on them and stuff. So now some states are even pickier if it's got pedals, where even if you can pedal it and it still can go with certain speeds, they still don't allow it and stuff. A lot of people don't realize that when you're on a road and that road has a posted speed limit sign, whether it's 25 miles an hour, 15 miles per hour, or 35, whatever that speed limit is for everyone that uses that road. Oh, neighborhood kids playing. But that speed limit, posted speed limit on any road is for everyone. So much random crap, huh? Darn tootin'. But yeah. Well, a lot of people don't about e-bikes. A lot of people don't realize that pertains to everyone. That the posted speed limit laws are for any kind of vehicle, whether it's horse and buggy, bicycles, whatever. If you can and stuff, and so people think, oh, just because I'm on an electric bike, I don't have to follow that speed limit law. Well, you gotta and stuff. So yeah. Yeah, I get that randomness from my grandmother. My mom's mother was one of those people that would ramble on and on about pointless crap over the telephone, and then I unfortunately picked up that bad habit. She would run her mouth, and she would. My grandma could spend hours on the phone with my mother talking about just random crap because she's one of them kind of old people, and unfortunately I picked up her bad habit, and I thought, crap. But yeah. You're right, and stuff. I wouldn't always say I'm correct. I could be wrong on a lot of things and stuff. Like when it comes to certain topics and stuff, I do pay attention to what other sides are saying and stuff. Even political stuff, I always be respectful and listen to what the other political side has to say, and then go from making my own decision on how should I handle certain things and stuff. Like I know what's real popular right now in the media is people from certain political groups running down Donald Trump and Elon Musk and the left, the Democratic left running down the conservatives running down the left and all that stuff, and I know there's a lot of that politicalness going on and stuff where people are not getting along and stuff, and I know about these another topic like this transgender stuff is I know a hot topic right now, and I've been educating myself on how should I go about my opinion on that stuff. Educating myself, doing all the research I can to understand. Okay, what the heck's going on here? And really learn all that stuff so I can inform my own opinions and say, okay, this is what I'm going to support and this is what I'm not going to support and stuff. Because like with the transgender stuff, I'm gonna say right out, I do not support the idea of allowing those people to use certain public facilities and stuff that only allow one type of gender in it and stuff. Like for example. Yeah, there's a lot on there and stuff, a lot of that stuff. I've in the past voiced it on Instagram, Facebook, all over my opinions, and then I got the old hate comments going, and the leftists, they don't like me, I formulated a opinion about the Liberal Democrat Party that I feel like, and this is just me, you can think whatever you want, I truly think out there that the leftist is like the Democratic left and the liberal leftist movement are like, you're either for us, and if you think anything else, you're racist, you're prejudiced, you're this and that, and so they would mark me as a racist, a member of hate groups, and call me all kinds of stuff. And you know what I say to that? You know, if that's what you want to think, that's fine. You can call me prejudiced, racist. Hey, do what you gotta do, man. You know, like me, I believe in Jesus Christ of Nazareth. And believe in the Holy Bible and stuff. And I have all the time on radical. I have in the past Muslim people who worship Allah, Islam, Muhammad, the Prophet. Of course, they call him a prophet. I don't think Muhammad's a prophet right off the bat and stuff. So and I've had those people say, "Oh, you're gonna die. Oh, you shouldn't be living," and all this stuff. You know, like, okay, that's your opinion. You know, like I noticed with the Democratic Party, if you don't like their opinions, and if you're against their beliefs and teachings, then they hate you. You know, and so they're gonna hate me because I don't support their what their thoughts are and stuff. You know. Yeah, a lot of craziness going on in the political world and stuff, you know. So, yeah. And even social media, they don't like it and stuff, and but yet they turn around and claim they're for free speech. They say, "Oh, you're free to talk about whatever on our social media platform." Then why are all these content creators, and YouTube does this? Why did you demonetize all these content creators? Why did you ban all these people from social media and stuff? I know people that got their Facebooks and Instagrams and all that stuff. Doing it, yeah. And I had so many, and people losing their social medias and all this stuff, you know. That's why me, when I make it big on YouTube, and if Jesus allows it, I make, right, and make, all kinds of money with this YouTube platform. I'm going to open up another business. I'm going to have a main job like what I got right now. I have a main job, and then I have YouTube, and then I'm going to start up my own business on the side off camera, and then have my brother moved to Canada and disowned me and my family. Right, yeah, some people do that, you know, they move away and stuff, you know. Back in the 60s and 70s, when we had the draft, a popular thing for people to do was move to Canada and be a draft dodger. I remember the old TV show All in the Family, and there was one episode where they had a draft dodger sitting at the kitchen table eating dinner, and old Archie Bunker was he asked him, "Why'd you move to Canada?" And he goes, "For freedom." He goes, "Well, we have freedom here in the United States. How come you?" And then he flipped out when he found out the guy was a draft dodger. Yeah, you know, people on that, and people ask me in the past, you know, back in them days, how did you feel about the draft and stuff? How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? You know, actually, I'm 35 years old. I'm in my 30s. I'm going to be in another 5 years. I'll be in my 40s. I'm already starting to get the grays. Actually, before I trimmed my sideburns, I had really see some gray going on. So then I got some bonus right up here. That's what's happening right there. The bonus. In my family, once we get in our 30s and 40s, that's when the hair starts to go. Especially on the Voorhees side, we're known for a boldness big time. Oh, I could do the comb over. Yeah. When it comes to men getting grayness and baldness, it don't bother us too much. But when it comes to the ladies, boy, they don't like that sometimes. You know. That's why they always say it's not proper to ask a woman her age. Because Lord knows she can't handle getting old sometimes. Better be careful there. There might be some lady that'll be on here saying, "Hey, that's not true. I don't mind being old." But yeah. But people have asked me in the past, how do I feel about a draft? Because I guess Trump thought about bringing back the draft, and I'm all for the draft. We need to. You got to do your duties to if you want to remain a free country. Back in the '60s and '70s, if I would have been born in them time frames and didn't have the hearing problem I had, and they came to me and said, "Congratulations, you're selected for the draft," I would have gone. Well, if I would have never had this hearing problem, and I talked about this before, I would have loved to join the U.S. Army and stuff, because I think it would have been cool to do what my grandpa did. My mom's father, was a Korean War veteran. He served in Korea and was a truck driver and hauled supplies to the front lines. I would have loved more to be what they call I can't remember what they call it, like a field lineman or something. The guy actually in the trenches with a rifle. That would have been the thing I would have loved to do, is be one of them. What some of the like when I used to watch movies about Vietnam, like Platoon and Full Metal Jacket, movies based about Vietnam, and sometimes they would call it being in the shit, or riflemen, yeah. They would call it being in the ship. Well, I'll alter that word a little bit, being in the ship, as they used to call it, and stuff. I would have loved to do that stuff. It would have been cool. Yeah. I know when it comes to political stuff, I have definitely lost friendships and people not liking me for the way I inform my views and stuff. And I'm like, oh, well, that's your opinion. I'd be nice to everyone. Just be nice to people. Have your opinions, but be civilized and nice about it. I know people right now that support the radical leftists and their ideology and all that stuff, and we get along perfectly fine because we respect one another's wishes. They have their views, they have mine. Be nice to everyone. That's what I was always taught. Do unto others as you want them to do to you, and be nice. Like, for example, I'll tell you right now, if I was walking down the street and, like I always talked about how I think it'd be cool to be a rich, loaded millionaire YouTuber, and I was walking down the street and I saw a transgender person homeless on the street saying, hey man, can you spare some change so I can buy me a McDonald's cheeseburger or some food or whatever? You know what? I'm going to say, hey, here you go. I'm going to hand them money and not think nothing of it. I ain't going to care. And if somebody came up to me and said, oh, that person's transgender, you should have never helped them. Shame on you. Oh, kiss my, what. To me, oh, well. That's the way I look at it on that stuff, Some man wants to walk down the street wearing a dress and pretend he's a lady. Then let him be that way, I don't care, Now, as far as, the whole using certain public facilities and certain things, then that's where I say, hey, we need to draw a line, Hey, can't, if you're using gender public facilities, facilities that are specifically made for a certain gender, then I'm on that line. I'm like, I'm sorry, but you need to use the one you was born with and stuff, because people don't think about the children and stuff, and like this whole bringing children involved in the whole gender stuff. Oh, because your son played with a Barbie, or oh, your daughter played with a G.I. Joe. Oh, your daughter's playing with some Hot Wheels, or your son's playing with this girl toy, or your daughter playing with that boy toy. Just leave the children out of it, for crying out loud. Let kids be kids. That's the way I look at it. Yeah, if they want it, if some guy wants to walk down the street pretending to be a woman, whatever, or a woman wants to walk down the street pretending a man, hey, let them. Hey, it's free country. As long as they're not hurting anybody, then what's the problem, And if people say, well, and then of course the Christian people bring up, well, they're hurting Jesus. Okay, they're hurting Jesus. What does the Bible always say about certain things? Let Jesus handle that situation. That's how I am. I'm one of those people, if they're hurting Jesus, Jesus will come down, he will talk to them, and he will deal with them. Let him deal with that, Because me, I don't care. I don't care if some guy wants to walk down the street, go into a woman's clothing door, buy women's clothing, walk around wearing the stuff. Hey, if he wants to sit in a coffee shop or bar or restaurant or whatever and dress like a woman, eat his food, voila, okay, let him do it. It doesn't bother me none. Hey, if he's not hurting anybody, it's a lying, right? It's a sin, obviously, but some God will handle all that. I say let Jesus handle that situation. He's going to handle all of our demons. If somebody wants to pretend to be a woman, let them pretend to be a woman or a man, whatever. But when it comes to like using restrooms and locker rooms, and there's just certain spaces where I'm sorry, I'm going to say no. You need to use what you were born with, because obviously some of those still have, we'll call it the equipment that they was born with, and so therefore you can't be doing certain things. Yeah. God talks about all that. He tells us what we need to do and what not to do. Obviously, if a trans person walks up to you and you're a follower of Christ and you ask him, do you think God thinks I'm sinning? Do you think God thinks what I'm doing is wrong? Then whatever you as a follower of Christ believe in, that's what you tell them. It's a sin. Sometimes we can't control our sins. Everyone sins. There's only one person that lived here on earth. He died over 2,000 years ago that never committed a sin. And these Christian pastors, preachers that preach the word of God and say, I never sinned, I never did this. You as a Christian stand up and you call him a blasphemy and you say, oh, blasphemy. Like that Kenneth Copeland, that famous evangelical preacher that's real popular on the TV that lives in $1 million mansions and flies fancy private airplanes and stuff. And I one time saw him, this Kenneth Copeland, taking his hand. It was a video of him cutting his hand and squirting blood in some juice and then giving it to one of his church members, saying, now his blood is in my body, and they were drinking it and saying, this is how you take communion. You don't do that. God don't want you cutting your hands and marking your body and stuff like that. No, God don't want you to be doing that. God never said you do that. But you know what God does want you to do? Is when somebody wraps a rope around your neck and hangs you because you believe in him. And they tell you, if you deny God, we'll let you live. Or if you don't denounce God, then you die. Then in that situation, you stand your ground and you say, I believe in Jesus Christ of Nazareth, and you die for Christ. Christ has that, wants us to do that, but in a certain way, not be cutting your hand and squirting, drinking, having somebody drink your blood and all that. No, that's devilish. That's Satan. Satan is using Kenneth Copeland and stuff. He is a blasphemer. He's not a good person. Let's just leave it at that and stuff. But yeah, God wants us to do certain things like these transgender people. God don't want us to be mean to them. Be kind, be nice to them, but don't be supporting their lifestyles and stuff. Talk to them. Right. Jesus, even people like that. Jesus loves everyone. I think he even loves Satan, the devil himself, but unfortunately, Satan committed a sin in a realm where there was no time. The people who go to hell are the people who can't stop sinning, whether it's in this time realm or the other time. Because a transgender person can go to heaven, and if they, at the end of time, say, at their deathbed, say, hey, can you forgive me, Lord? At the very last second, say, I'm sorry, I didn't know what I was doing. I had these feelings, I couldn't control them and stuff, because God understands all that. Jesus understands all that sometimes we can't control what we're doing. We just gotta do it, and we just do it and get it done and over with, and God will understand all that stuff. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, nice right there. I know how to super chat. Yeah. Trust me, buddy, I've been doing this a long time. I know how the super chat works, so nice try. You didn't donate nothing. But, yeah. Yeah. I got ways to check all that stuff out, and also, fair warning, be careful doing that stuff, because I'm also, if YouTube catches you doing that, they could, you could be in trouble, you know. Just a warning. I know you're joking around and stuff, but just be warning, because anybody who gets banned from my YouTube channel usually it's because YouTube did it. Yeah, but yeah, even transgender people, God will forgive them and stuff. You know, I've seen that many times where trans people did their thing and then they regretted it, so they changed, and so what they call detransitioned, and went back to what they was born with and followed Christ, and God led the way. There was one for a short while there on Instagram. There was a Instagram influencer that was a guy that transitioned to be a woman and spent, a couple years living their life as a lady and all that stuff, and then they found Christ, and then they transitioned back to being a man, which they were naturally born a man, and went back to being a man, and was following Christ, and detransitioned, and became a followed Christ and changed their life around. I know I probably look familiar because you've probably seen me around before. But yeah. And stuff. So on the transgender stuff, because that's a hot topic, I always do a lot of research on that stuff to make sure I know what people are talking about and stuff. So if I ever come up to certain people and stuff and they start talking about that stuff, I can know what I'm. Elvis. Yeah, well, I even get recommended those videos where there's preacher guy named Bob Joyce. It's supposed to be Elvis Presley and stuff, and I find those kind of comical and stuff. My thoughts on Elvis Presley being dead or alive and stuff. I know that's a kind of a hot topic too sometimes on the internet because he's one of the popular ones that people like to think is still alive. My thoughts on Bob Joyce being Elvis Presley. If he is Elvis Presley, okay, I don't care. And if Elvis is alive, okay, I don't care. And if he's dead, okay, I don't care. I would understand. I'll answer your question after I get done. Answer those two questions when I get done with this topic about Elvis there. But as far as Elvis Presley goes and stuff, being alive or dead, I personally don't. I would say the way Elvis Presley lived his life towards the end there, he was addicted to all kinds of drugs, and I think even alcohol and stuff. I know he was a pill popper and stuff. I think if he did fake his death, it was because he wanted to get clean and sober and change his life around, and he knew the only way to do it was to get out of the spotlight and stuff, and so if he did fake his death, he had a good reason behind it, because his life was all messed up from drugs and stuff, and he just wanted to get away from the spotlight and before it killed him and stuff. So basically on that, the Bob Joyce Elvis Presley thing, I don't blame Elvis Presley if he did fake his death and stuff. I would fully understand why he did it and stuff. And then if Elvis Presley did die and stuff, and death part wise, that don't surprise me because he was addicted to all kinds of pain meds, drugs, and stuff, and so therefore that stuff catches up and kills you. I had an uncle that messed around with getting high all the time and being addicted to all kinds of drugs and medical stuff and popping pills and smoking all kinds of marijuana and stuff, and he just unfortunately couldn't get clean and sober, and he passed away at a quite a young age. I think he was about only 38 or something like that. He was in his 30s. I think he might have been a couple years older than what I am right now. I'm 35, so he might have been like 37, 38 or something roughly like that. And he passed away because he was just addicted to heavy drugs, and stuff. He was just one of those kids that hung out with the wrong crowd in school, and they was like, hey man, try this and stuff. And I think what happened was just he started out just smoking marijuana and getting high with marijuana, and then gradually moved on to heavier stuff, and eventually caught up with him and killed him because he also had diabetes really bad for many years, and wouldn't properly take care of his diabetes and medical problems he had, too, along with getting high, and it just finally caught up with him where he unfortunately passed away. Okay, let's get to these questions here. What is the funniest movie you've seen? A movie you've seen before? Yeah, funny. Well, I've seen a lot of funny movies. I like a lot of comedy. One of the funny movies was Howard Stern's Private Parts, Police Academy. That movie back in the day called Porky, American Pie, and stuff. And yeah, I've seen a lot of funny movies. The Nutty Professor with Eddie Murphy and the Jerry Lee Lewis one. I seen those ones. Cinderella, Jerry Lee Lewis, and a lot of comedy. Andy Griffin of Mayberry comedy shows. But the most funniest. How many movies seen them? And also Scary Movie. Those and Jackass, of course. I haven't seen the new Jackass movie yet. I do want to see that. The Jackass Last, whatever they call it. Yeah. Okay. About what does the Bible say about colored people? The colored folks are made in the image of God. Somebody, what does God think? God loves everyone. Let's just put it that way. God loves everyone. Doesn't matter who you are. Yeah, I know, Jackass, there's some nasty stuff, in that movie. Ever seen? I've never sat down and fully watched Step Brothers. I've seen clips and different things here and there of it, but and if I did see it fully, I don't remember much of it, but I've seen it here and there, like little clips and bits of it and stuff. Yeah. Oh, I forget that. Will Ferrell. The comedy movie that I seen Will Ferrell in a lot was the Christmas movie Buddy the Elf. I actually have the VHS copy of that. Yeah. And stuff. And I know he did that movie Talladega Nights and stuff. Yeah, I know Jackass can be nasty at times. There's some stuff that I even seen in Jackass that he'll gross and stuff, but there's some funnies. Have you ever seen the original Dukes of Hazzard? Yes, I've seen shows of Dukes of Hazzard and stuff. I in the past got online and watched 3 episodes of the Dukes of Hazzard. I even had a DVD of one episode of Dukes of Hazzard and stuff. So I've seen the original Dukes of Hazzard. I like that because I like the country singer Waylon Jennings, and he did the theme song to that. Just a good old boy, never meaning no harm. So he did the theme song to that. And I always like that because they have a lot of country singers sometimes on there, and I always like that. Watching an episode and then they have Waylon or some country singer like Merle Haggard that time singing in one of the episodes and stuff, and I always like that. And I know what it's about. It's about 2 guys, Bo and Luke Duke, always trying to flee from the police and stuff, the corrupted police. Old Boss Hogg and stuff. So I remember that one guy that played like Sheriff Roscoe. He also played on Andy Griffin of Mayberry as one of the townspeople that became a singer and moved away and stuff, like a guitar player, you know. Because I remember the episode called "The Guitar Man" of Andy Griffin of Mayberry, and that James Best, I think his name was played in there, and he played the little local guitar guy that knew how to play the guitar and stuff, and so yeah, I remember. And then he played Sheriff Roscoe on Dukes of Hazzard and stuff, Bo and Luke Duke. And I'm sitting on my porch in town. I live in town, so and this road gets sometimes busy. So this road I live on. A lot of people like to. I'm on the street. I should say street. Likes to like to speed. We get some speeders. Yeah, Santa. Oh my gosh, Santa. Yeah. And if you see me touching the screen doing this with my fingers, because I'm looking at your comments and stuff. So, yeah. Also, if you want, send me super chats. And hey, thanks for all those likes there. I really like that. I think this is. I think that's the most likes I got so far on a live stream and stuff. But being it's Thursday, good time to live stream. Yeah, yeah. Waylon is my. Yeah, I like Waylon Jennings. It's called Diamonds. It's on awesome. Yeah, it must be they're making a new album. I know Waylon Jennings has a grandson called Way or something. Waylon, roughly with the same name, and he's doing music to Whey. Is how he pronounces it, but Shooter. I think that's Shooter Jennings' son. If I remember right, or no, but yeah. I like Shooter Jennings' music too. Waylon Jennings' son, Shooter Jennings' music and stuff. Yeah, I like Waylon Jennings. I like the song. Are you sure Hank done it this way? Way more blues. She's a good-hearted woman, loving a good-time man. Mama, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. Yeah, yeah. It's recording from the '70s of the good old outlaw music. And I also like that song by Waylon Jennings. Don't you think this outlaw bit got out of hand and stuff? So yeah, and all that stuff. I definitely like this music. I actually have a record from back in the day, a vinyl record of Waylon's music and stuff. Yeah, I think I might have heard that song and stuff, but yeah. Yeah. And then the other singers I like, Merle Haggard, George Jones, Conway Twitty, Johnny Cash, and all them old boys from the 60s and 70s. I like them a lot. And Don Imus, Boxcar Willie. I always liked his version of Wabash Cannonball, Little Jimmy Dickens, Hank Williams Sr., Hank Williams Jr. Actually, Hank Williams Jr., the cowboy hat, the sunglasses, inspiration from him. So if you ever see me wearing a cowboy hat and those mirrored sunglasses, aviation style sunglasses, which I lost, in the sideburns, she kind of Hank Williams Jr. inspired that and stuff. So that's how I came up with and then I kind of did the sideburns my own way. Yeah. Because when I was Hank Williams Sr., I liked Jambalaya on the Bayou, Kalijah, Lost Highway, I'll Never Get Out of This World Alive and stuff. And I always liked the Hank Williams Jr. song, Whiskey Hellbent, and stuff. And, he's like those and stuff. Because my father, he was into all them country singers, and then I got into all of them as a kid growing up and stuff. And I really like that music. And to me, it's way better than the modern day country music. I don't listen to modern country because I feel like it just went downhill. So I say after about 2005, that's when I feel like country kind of just went down and it's not what it used to be. I feel like sometimes a lot of these bands will try to get into rock and roll, and they'll try to, like, these bands will try to get into rock and roll, and then they fail in rock and roll, and then they hurry up and turn around and say, "Oh, we're a country band," and to me, it's like, no, you're not, you know. Because sometimes I feel like some country, that music that's considered country nowadays, back in like the '60s and '70s, would have been more looked upon as a rock and roll kind of music thing, and not really country. So modern day country, I'm just don't care for it. You know, I like the old stuff from. Basically, I always tell people from the '90s on back is what I kind of consider country, and even in the '90s, I would even say there's even in the '90s, if you compared it to the country music of the '40s, '50s, '60s, and '70s, you know, from 1926 to 1974, when the Grand Ole Opry was really hopping and stuff. There's times where you can say, is '90s country even country music, you know, and stuff, you know. Because I grew up with '90s countries, but even I'll even say sometimes, well, no, because actually I say in the '90s and when it always started to do the downhill, but definitely after about 2005, you know. Nowadays, a lot of people they want to. I think a lot of people just want to copy others and not be original and stuff. And I think that's a problem in the music industry in general, is nobody wants to be original and try to make their own style. And then of course the music record labels, they don't want you to be different, you know. So sometimes that can have an effect too, and it's like, you know, people need to be different. That's the whole thing with the whole country outlaw thing. It was with Waylon Jennings, anyway. She's the one that was one of the founding fathers of outlaw country. Is the reason why he went through all these problems and with the Grand Ole Opry not letting him sing and be part of the Opry, and the record label saying, no, 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 you're not going to do it. It's because the record labels and the Grand Ole Opry wanted Waylon Jennings to be the same. They wanted him to be like all the other country singers at that time, and he's like, no, I want to be this kind of country boy over here. I want to be the roughneck. I don't want to be the rhinestone suits and new shiny car type guy. You know, he wanted to be, you know, different compared to all those country boys. He wanted to do his own thing and be his own originality. And so he basically told the record labels and the Grand Ole Opry, that's why he did that song, Are You Sure Hank Done It This Way, and told them, screw you, I'm going to prove to you that people want me. So what he did, he went and toured on his own, paid his own way, and let the fans, let the people listening to country music at that time um, make the decision and stuff. And when the record labels and the Grand Ole Opry heard the fans saying, we want Waylon, then they, you know what they did? They bowed down and catered to him and said, all right, Waylon, come with us, we'll make your records and stuff. And that's how he became popular. It's because he stood up and fought and said, no, I'm going to be different, you know. And that's what I like about Waylon. He wasn't trying to be like all the other country singers of that time. He wanted to be his own, you know, country and stuff. And, you know, and that's what I think in the music industry people need to do. You know, don't try to be like Beyonce. Don't try to be like Britney Spears. Don't try to be like Justin Timberlake or the Backstreet Boys or NSYNC or what was that one? I'm thinking Black Eyed Peas or Snoop Dogg or Eminem. You know, be your own musician. You know, be your own. Don't be like this guy over here. You know, because that's how you tell true talent. You know, don't copy too much other people. You know, take inspiration from others. You know, if there's a singer you really, really like and stuff, you know, don't, you know, take the time and listen to how he kind of did things, and but ask yourself, how would I done this or done that differently and things and stuff. You know, that's what I say. You know, be your own. Don't be afraid to say, okay, if I would have been able to do a song, how would I would have done it differently, and, you know, think about, you know, I put your own twist to things. Don't copy to me. I mean, like the sideburn things, you know. Yeah, I could have spent hours trying to make them look like Elvis Presley we did, and all this stuff. Or I could have done the full beard like Hank Williams did, and try to really mimic how he looked. But you know, I put my own twist to it. I said, you know what? I'm just gonna cut them how I want to cut them, and do them how I want to do them, and wear the glasses and the hat whenever I want to and how I want to and stuff. So, yeah. So that's the way I look at it. We got 14 likes on this bad boy. Funny, on my camera, the device I'm using as a camera, it shows that I got 13 likes, and on my phone it says 14 on the. Now we're down to 13. Hit. Shows 13 there and then 14 on the likes and stuff. Yeah. But yeah, if there's something you want to know, feel free to ask me a question and stuff. I was kind of, since somebody brought up country music there, I was talking about that. But yeah. But yeah, I like the old country music more, you know, especially the stuff from the 60s and 70s and on back and stuff, you know. Like Jimmy Rogers and stuff, and Cal Smith, Kitty Wells, Jeannie Pruitt, Jeannie C. Riley, Tammy Wynette, George Jones, and all of them and stuff. To me, that's country music. Yeah. Let me grab my hat over here. Maybe I'll get some better views. There we go. And the company that made this cowboy hat is that Justin company, that Justin brand that Tractor Supply sells. These are one of those cheapy Tractor Supply cowboy hats. You know, you can get these for $80 at Tractor Supply. Yeah. But yeah, if you got any questions here, drop them in the comment section and I'll answer them. And also, like everybody else says, if you want to send super chats, feel free. Because if you've seen, some of you probably seen earlier in this live stream, I do need a car. Oh, shoot. There's a guy on Facebook I watch he calls himself Wildcat Hats, and he makes custom cowboy hats, and I really like watching sometimes him making cowboy hats and stuff. This one I beat up and threw around a lot, so it's lost its deformed shape like it normally has when you first buy this brand new. I think it was supposed to be kind of more like this. Somebody's hot rodding. Yeah, a lot of people in my town do a lot of hot rodding. I did try to fix it a little bit with my heat press and stuff. What I'll probably do is when it loses its shape, I'll just heat press it and try to maybe do something like this more and make like a heat it up where it folds like about like to this and make it my own kind of design. Because that's all they do when they make cowboy hats, from watching that one guy on Facebook and stuff. All they do is they just take like iron and they iron this really good and then they shape it to whatever and then let it dry and then it hardens to the shape and stuff. So actually that might look kind of nice. Hey Boomhauer, question: if you had to turn into a billy goat or an anteater, which one would you pick and why? Easy. I don't know really what the hell an anteater is. If you're talking about the little ants that are in the dirt, you know, then I'd probably be an ant. But yeah, billy goat. Then again, a billy goat might be all right. I don't think I'd want to be a billy goat in the Middle East, because I think Muslims, like to do things to billy goats. So, yeah. So yeah, I wouldn't want to be a billy goat if I ended up in the Middle East. I wouldn't want to be one of those people's pets, if you catch my drift. Oh, somebody had booze night. Some days are just hard. I'm looking at Facebook real quick. But yeah, I would probably say an ant. Then we'll talk about the ones that go on the ground and dig holes and stuff. Let's have a look here. Another. Sad thing about social media is I don't hardly talk to anybody on Facebook. It's an animal with long snout and very long tongue that eats ants. Right, yeah, they do have a hard life. Yeah. So I would probably say probably if as long as I didn't have to be in the Middle East as a goat or sheep or whatever uh I would probably say sheep then. Because, some of those Muslim people like to do things, inappropriately to those animals. Yeah. Any tips on cheap brand food clothing? I don't have really any tips on buying cheap. Usually where I shop and stuff, I just shop at Aldi's, Walmart, the Myers stores, and Amazon and eBay and Walmart and stuff. Right now, the last online store that I made a purchase at was the online auction site eBay. That was buying another CB radio with an antenna, because the CB radio I had I broke the antenna, and it takes a special kind of antenna, with a special plug on it. So I ordered up another one of those, and now I got two for like a backup, and I bought a new, never been used one off from eBay, and that's the last thing I purchased was that CB radio that I did an unboxing video about. And then Amazon is the one that I do for a lot of online shopping. I did make a Temu account and looked at stuff on Temu, but I never bought anything off of Temu and stuff. And the only reason why I did a Temu thing, because later on when I have the money and stuff, and I got the, a crew of people and good cameramen and stuff, I probably what I do is buy some wooden land, and when I had the money, and do maybe put to the test some Temu survival stuff, because I really like camping and stuff, and like that bushcrafting survival. I always watch YouTubers that do it, like that Camping with Steve, and and Camping with Steve, that Greg Evans over the Rocky Mountain Ovens, that Greg Evans, and Corporal's Corner and stuff, and I'm always watching those ones and stuff. So I really like a lot of camping videos. So I would do some videos on this YouTube channel when I had the money. Putting to the test like Temu and cheap Amazon survival stuff. Trying to make a survival kit. kit and go out in the wilderness and try to survive on what I bought and stuff. No, why look, I do a survival video like that, and then I'd be sitting there thinking to myself, why didn't I order this and why did I do that? And stuff. So yeah, because yeah, I've seen some neat looking like inflatable tents and different little items that I think, hey, that'd be kind of neat to see what it actually does and if it actually like what they claim it's supposed to be. Like on Amazon. I've seen them little gas motorbikes and stuff, and I thought, it'd be cool to see how those actually work and stuff, and how they go about them and different things, and see what they actually are capable of doing and stuff, and seeing how those actually work and stuff, and if they actually work anything. Yeah. You ain't gonna be on camera. Yeah. That was just my brother walking downtown. He doesn't like to be on camera. He has his own YouTube channel and stuff, and does his own thing on the internet. And he don't care to be on my YouTube channel per se. He's a computer drafter, so he does his own little YouTube channel about drafting and stuff. But yeah, I thought about on YouTube sometime in the future, purchasing just random items and doing tests and stuff like the little motorbikes and stuff. Because the little gas powered little motorbikes that kind of geared towards the youth generation, it would be neat to see on some of those stuff how well they are and if they do anything great and if they don't. See what ones are the good ones, and then if there's any good ones, have enough money to buy a few of them and give them away to children that don't usually get that luxury of having one of them. I know sometimes, I'm going to take this hat off, I know sometimes giving certain toys and stuff to families and different things can also be a little bit of burden, so you gotta be careful of that. But yeah, I think it would be neat on some of them camping stuff, even the camping like tents and stuff. See out of that stuff which is good and stuff, and like some of these hot tents, put those to the test, and then like if some of that stuff is good, then the good stuff, buy some more of it and give it out to the homeless and stuff and people in need and different things. Because I seen some stuff on there that I thought, hey, that looks kind of neat. That'd be cool to have the money to try it. But right now, with my financial situation, I can't, unfortunately, do that. I would love to do that and stuff. I'd actually love to have the money to buy some really good wooded land and live out in the middle of this wooded land and have an off-grid type house and stuff on my main base, and then off to one side have a big old like pole barn situation for storing toys and using as like a YouTube studio thing and stuff. Because I would like to more live off grid, have solar setups and all that stuff, and have wood stoves for heating and stuff. Because the way things are going, I think there might come a day where in the middle of winter power goes out, you're freezing your butt off. Like, even on this property I live at, in this house I'm purchasing and stuff, I'd love to have the money to be out back here, having a little, like, shed-type structure, and build, and build like a two-room structure, that, and having one room be like a living room space, and then one space being the kitchen space, and it'd be completely off-grid, where I would have solar hooked up to it, have kerosene gas lanterns, two wood stoves, one for cooking and then one for simply heating the structure, a regular wood stove for heating, and then one for cooking and stuff, like one of those nice $5,000-6,000 wood cook stove range. There's a YouTube channel I watch called Obadiah Wood Stove Company, and they sell varieties of different wood stoves, and some of the wood stoves I've seen, I'm like, man, I'd love to have that one and stuff, and for cooking, because they sell a lot of those wood cook stoves, like the Amish and off-grid gridders use and stuff. A lot of the Amish use those wood cook stoves that have an oven and stuff on them, and I would love to have one of those, but they're out of my budget. I can't afford to spend $5,000 on them because right now, if I had $5,000, you've seen it. If you go back and watch from the beginning, I'd be spending that money on a car, a vehicle. So yeah, I would love to have a off-grid shelter. Now, as far as snacks and stuff go, I just shop at Aldi's, Walmart, and a store called Myers, and stuff. So that's where I get my snacks and goody goodies from. Like last night, I made me I bought from the one store that I work at some cornbread, and then I bought some ham sandwich meat and mashed potatoes, and that's what I had for dinner. And then also Dollar General, because that's what I got in my town for shopping for snacks and food and stuff. That one video I did, that's where I got all my supplies. It's from my local Dollar General, which is in walking distance. So stores I shop at, um, physical box stores, Dollar General, Walmart, Myers, Aldi's are the stores I shop at for my daily food and all that stuff. And then online, Walmart, eBay, the online auction, eBay and Amazon, even though eBay's not technically a store, it's more of an online auction site and stuff. But yeah. Now the last online store I actually, and then also I look at Temu and stuff. I haven't bought anything yet off of Temu, but I've done a lot of mostly eBay and Amazon currently right now. Before the eBay, it was Amazon. Oh, I just a lot of Amazon stuff. But yeah. So let's see what other comments are. I know it's what time is it? No, 9:31. So yeah, that's why it's kind of in the evening. Everybody's getting home from work, or they're just getting back from being tipsy from the bar and restaurant. You know, I know that scene. I too one time used to do that. Oh, this one bar and restaurant in town here, they were today doing, I think they was doing music bingo, where if you win a gift card or something. And I almost thought about going down there and socializing with some people, but then I thought, you know what, I'm going to build up the YouTube channel and stuff and work on that, because I can make, with YouTube here, I can make money one way or another versus spending money, so. Because I would have went in there and drunk some Sprite and had a meal and then did a little bingo thingy, but and probably talked with some people. But I thought, you know what, I'm going to do something that's going to make me money. And so I made the decision to do something that's going to make me money. That's why I don't, right now with my financial situation, I don't bother too much kind of really putting a whole lot of efforts into talking to women. And I would like to have a girlfriend, but in my financial situation, I back off sometimes, and plus, since I really don't know how to socialize with women, that really puts a big, huge stent in my life. Because sometimes I think, man, it would be neat to have the courage to talk to this lady or that lady and stuff. But since I don't have a whole lot of encouragement there, and I guess say guts, I kind of tendency not to talk to women too much. Yeah. But I'm one of those people, you know. If I get a girlfriend, yay. If I don't, you know, oh well, you know. I am gonna try to work on that a little more, be more outgoing with people. I kind of fell back a little bit in old habits, and I gotta learn to work on the stuff. But I've been so focused on this whole car situation and stuff, and then YouTube. I gotta figure out how to balance all this out and how to get better at this. I really want to work on this whole YouTube thing and really get it. Being honest, faithful in a relationship is more important than making the best out of being a single man and stuff. Yeah, that's your opinion. Right now I'm more focused on trying to figure out this whole YouTube stuff, and how do I gotta learn how to figure out how to comprehend all this stuff. Like find videos where they talk about how to build up a YouTube channel and how to, fully understand, you know, a little bit about it. You're not gonna way YouTube changes up the algorithm and all that stuff. You're not gonna be able to fully understand YouTube, but you can. I figure there's some way out there where you can figure out something that will help you really prolong and stuff. I know key thing having a good title, a good thumbnail are very important and stuff when making videos and different things. And I like doing these live streams a lot sometimes just because I am. It gives people an opportunity to jump on here and ask questions and stuff. That's why I like the live streaming. First just like just walking around my town and rambling on and on. Some people like that, and then some people don't. Um, I will be honest. I don't know how well my internet connection handles live streaming and stuff. I know in the past I had crappy internet that no way I wasn't going to be able to do it, and now I do have a little bit better internet where I think it's not too bad, but I don't have the super fastest internet in the world, but so matter of fact, let me go inside real quick and turn on this light, and then I'll be back. Matter of fact, I'll keep this microphone with me. So I gotta get me some soda pop. Yeah, I think I was out of range there. I forgot to turn on the light. Yeah, I think I got out of range of the Bluetooth there. I don't know if this microphone is still working or not, or you're getting the one on the camera, so. Because I did get out of range there, I guess. But that's why I made a weird beeping noise if you heard that. So I do apologize for that. People on the live stream, that's good. I know at certain times of the day, if you do it right, you can get a lot of people on these live streams. The next pup I'm going to be drinking is Mellow Yellow. That's one of my favorites. Give me a sip of it. Surprising it did not explode. Sometimes Carronese, they do that. Yeah. Set that down. But yeah, if you got any questions you want to ask, feel free to ask them. Let me try to readjust this. See what we're at 73. I'll unplug her. So I don't put a lot of stress on the USB cord. I don't know what that emoji means. Match it up. What kind of dumplings do you like? Well, we're talking about food. Only dumplings I ever had was chicken and dumplings is all I ever had. So, that's food-wise. Asian or Asian ones. Oh, when it came to chicken and dumpling, like food you eat, I've always, just bought the can, in the supermarket stores, the canned chicken and dumpling. That's all I ever had. So when the can said chicken and dumpling, whatever dumpling they had in there, that's what I had. Matter of fact, it's a nice evening where if I would have played my cards right, could have got a fire going. Provided, but I think it was a little warm out today. Check the temperature. See what the temperature is. 73 out, so it's over 70 now. Yeah, we're getting kind of cool out because we're getting closer to our fall season. And if I had any Asian, like dumpling stuff, it would have been at an Asian restaurant. Because I used to eat at one of them all-you-can-eat Asian buffets. Well, either way, doing these live streams or sitting in a bar socializing with people, either way, I'm working on my social skills. Yeah. Because the next town over low, they have a Hong Kong buffet, and then the one town, Portland, has a buffet, and then Ionia has an Oriental, I think it's called Oriental buffet, Then another store that I've shopped at before, I just thought of Oriental Trading Company. I've ordered stuff off of them. There's a lot of stuff, if I had the money to do so, I would love to buy and give to people and stuff as far as the giving and stuff. Matter of fact, I think what I'll do is I'll cut this live stream off and maybe do another live stream, but just change the title. I don't know. Hey, we got 7 people in here. Feel free to ask me anything. If you want to ask me why do I look like I got boobies, well, I'm fat and overweight. Yeah, I like to make people laugh. Aw. Apparently people are offended by that because now I'm down to 4. 3 people. But I don't care. And now we're up to 5. Yeah, feel free to ask me anything like, what's the dream job for you? Well, right now would be building up a successful YouTube channel, trying to make it big on YouTube, and then start up my own automobile, make my own little car company. I guess I think it would be neat to make my own style of vehicle and get it out there and stuff. I know what I'd like to do. Cause I think it would be cool to build some sort of company, right now build up a YouTube channel and be successful with YouTube and become a really good influencer and encouragement. And I want to encourage you all out there to, find something you like to do for a living and try to make money at it. I totaled my car, but I gotta get a new one. I got in a wreck with it. If you go back and watch the live stream earlier, you will see what happened. I totaled the car, got in a wreck with it. The other person was at fault, so I have to get a new car. I got in a wreck with it and got to buy a new car. Yeah. Yeah. Have you considered sales? I make pretty good money selling meat packages. Oh, I don't know a whole lot about selling and buying and selling and stuff, so I don't get much into that. If I was gonna sell stuff, like doing something, I would just open up like a secondhand store and sell secondhand goods and different things. That's what I do, like antiques and be like a little variety. Open up a store and call it like the treasure shop or something, and sell new and vintage items and stuff. Everything in between. Be like a junk shop. Kind of like Fred. Fred Sanford tried to be, from Sanford and Sons, like a junk shop, hardware type variety store. Because I know stores like that, if you're in the right location, the right area, oh, you could take it right off, and make a ton of money. Um, I would be kind of like a thrift store kind of thing to where I would if I had a shop like that, like a secondhand selling shop, selling new and used items and stuff. I would also keep in mind people in need and stuff, and would definitely really help people out and stuff. And if someone came to me and said, "Hey, man, I'm homeless," and I was selling food at this place, and they said, "Hey, man, I'm homeless. I would love to have a pack of hot dogs if you could spare a pack." And I'd be like, "Oh, sure. Here's a pack of hot dogs," and throw them some buns and some stuff, some toppings or whatever. And stuff, and help people out like that Pocket Change 360 does. So I would definitely help out those in needs, because that's the main goal with this YouTube channel, is to make money and build it up where I can, on the side, on camera or off camera, help out people in need and stuff, and really do a lot. Right now I don't do a whole lot and stuff. Like, I don't do any donation to the pantry, because I just personally feel like financially I can't afford to um, help out people and stuff. So, because I've been trying to support my own life and trying to get things on track and stuff. Yeah. I've actually never been in trouble with the law and stuff. People, I'll tell you right now, I've never been in trouble with the law or stuff. I have gotten tickets, because I've been in some wrecks in the past and have gotten tickets and stuff, and that's about it. Yet, so I've gotten a ticket one time. I was in a truck and I was turning left, and this other car came and we collided. And I remember I was on this out in Quartzville, little town Quartzville, turning on the road, and this other car just came out of nowhere. We collided, and I didn't see him, and I caused the wreck years ago and gotten a ticket from that. But as far as being arrested, like, or close to it, as of right now, no. But with my political views and all that stuff, well, and if the certain political party gets their way, then yeah, I could probably be, you know, politically thrown in. You have helped and take care of yourself, then you'll be able to help you right. Yeah. That's why I decided to do live stream. I'm like, well, I gotta work on the YouTube channel, so I didn't get a opportunity to go out and, and stuff. Because I really want to figure out how to do all this YouTube stuff and really get out there and how do these. Because I'm only seeing these people getting, like, I watch other live streams and stuff, and I'm like, how do these people get all these people on here when me on a good night, a lot of times I get maybe like 3 or 4 people watching, while others get like 20, 30,000 people. But favorite country, actually, if I could go over to Europe and had to live somewhere, I would think about Germany would be the country I'd like to visit and live in. Germany, the Deutschland. but I definitely wouldn't want to live in the Deutschland between the years of 1932 to 1945. My brother getting back from the gas station. How are you? Ha ha ha. Yeah. Yeah, my brother's laughing because he knows. But yeah, Germany would be the country I think it would be neat to at least kind of live in and stuff. Because I watched a YouTuber on the internet called the GIV German in Venice, and he's a guy originally from Germany, and he visits his mother back in Germany sometimes and does videos about Germany and stuff. And because my last name is Voorhees and stuff, and my ancestry has a lot of German in it and stuff, that would be a country I would like to visit and live in if I had to live in another country. But I would like to visit Germany. If I knew how to speak the German language, I'd get a passport and hop over there and be walking around Germany. I'd love to be able to speak fluent German where I could just sit there and carry on for hours on end having conversations and stuff with German folk and stuff, I know teeny weeny few words and stuff, like I know how to say bread in German, Brot and Wassen. Well, yeah, Wassen, water, and a few, like I know how to say, hey, what, I know one phrase, like if you're asking somebody, hey, what is that in German, you would say like, Wusta, 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 and stuff. The people that have big followers and viewers tend to have TikTok followers and then links to YouTube and platforms exposures. You have the bigger your channel and you will, yeah. Yeah, Wusta. What is that? Wusta. Because I'm a little bit on Facebook, I get recommended German videos. Yeah, view bots and yeah, a lot of people use fancy computer programs and stuff, whereas me, I'm not using anything fancy. All I'm using is a phone and then my tablet and then this microphone right here that I talked about before. That's all I'm using and then a microphone stand that you just clip to a table and call it a day. Because I don't really know all these fancy technology stuff, but I also, because I'm a basic kind of guy, I like stuff basic. That's why I like the old technology more than the new technology and stuff. Matter of fact, if I lived off grid and had a wooded 100-acre property, I would have vintage tractors with vintage implements and stuff. I think it would need to have 100 acres of land and just have it completely off grid with a 1900 style vintage town on it and things and stuff. But well, yeah, the reason why I don't really too much get into looking up all that learning all that stuff because I don't have the time to, but I don't really have an inspiration to do it. I think. Hello there, Eric Manning. Eric Manning. But I more when it comes to YouTube, I also want to show people that even with just a basic camera, a phone with a basic camera on it, this is just a cheap $30, $40 phone that I am that's from Track Phone, and all this is a basic phone camera, and you could do YouTube on it and stuff and talk and make videos. You don't need to necessarily have the fanciest camera and fanciest equipment out there. You could just, with basic technology and stuff, and that's what I'm doing here. It's just I have the microphone stand, a basic $20 microphone, and this tablet, and then my phone, and that's it. The most expensive thing I'm using is a Samsung S9 tablet. So, I'm doing good. But yeah, you don't need a whole. If you want to do YouTube, starting out, you don't need all this fancy equipment. I do want to learn all that stuff, but it's just, money wise, I can't afford it. But I think, hey, that's good because it also proves to people that, with little to no money, like I've said before, I'm starting this YouTube channel on little to no money, and so this is a prime example and stuff. Matter of fact, I'll take a picture of my setup right now. Hold on a second. Show y'all what I'm using. I'll put it on my YouTube channel. So, matter of fact, I'll show you the picture I just took. And there's my setup right now. That's how I'm doing the live stream. I'll post that later on. I'll post that right now as a behind the scenes. Yeah, I will. It's gonna take a while. Matter of fact, I'll charge up my phone. Yeah, I just upload that behind the scenes on the postings on YouTube. So yeah, 12 people live. Well, that's good. Yeah, feel free to put your comments down below, questions you have, and I'll do the best I can to answer them. I don't really care too much to get into political stuff, but if you do post a political, I will try to answer a political question best of my abilities without pissing off YouTube or making anybody mad and stuff, because I know, like earlier in this live stream, I talked about transgender stuff and my thoughts on it, and on that, the transgender stuff, I personally don't care if somebody wants to walk down the street and pretend they're a woman or a guy, whatever, hey, if that's what you want to do, do you. If you want to live in Mr. Rogers' land of make believe, I guess, But as far as the whole, what do I think about transgenders using certain spaces like public spaces? Are you going to get into camping? Well, thing is, with the camping and stuff, I got a job where I got to work and try to buy this house and stuff, and I just don't have the time to go hit up a campground and do camping and stuff and buy camping gear and do some things. So unfortunately, I can't do anything about camping and stuff right now. I would love to be able to make enough money off of YouTube where I can go hop in an old motorhome and go and do some camping and stuff. Actually, what I would like to do is just buy some land and maybe like a 5-acre piece of land or some nice wooded land and just be able to do my own camping on it, because a lot of campgrounds will have rules about what you cannot do. So I think it would be neat to have the money just buy some vacant wooden land and just do some camping on it and make some camping videos and testing out camping products and stuff where I can do my thing and not gotta worry about anybody having any issues and stuff. That's what I like to do. Yeah, I know politicals are not very good and stuff. A lot of people hate it. Me, as far as the transgender stuff goes, I don't care if somebody wants to pretend to be a man or a woman, whatever, if they're walking down the street, hey, as long as they're not harming anybody or hurting anybody, then, hey, you do what you gotta do there, good buddy. You know, you know, I say let those people be them. I say on some of that stuff, you know, let them kind of be the thing. As far as when it comes to like trans people and using certain spaces like public spaces like restrooms, locker rooms, and stuff like that. I say no on that. You know, I say excuse me, you need to use what you was use the facilities that you were born with. If you was born a boy, then you use the boys or men's room. If you was born a girl or woman, then you use the girl women spaces and stuff. You know, stay away from the nudist camp. Huh? Yeah, somebody knows about that. Yeah, I know. Pointing towards this way, west of me. Matter of fact, let me pick up the camera here and flip it around. Yeah, towards that direction where the camera's pointing. On Riverside Drive, there's a actual nudist camp. There's a camp called Forest Hills, and it's a camp for adults, and it's what they call a nudist camp, where everyone walks around with no clothes on, nakedness. That would be funny to go up there and visit that, but my luck, I'd go up there thinking, oh, I'm gonna see pretty girls at that nudist camp, and I'd find out they're just a bunch of retired old ladies, you know, and not the good-looking old ladies, you know, the ones that, ooh, you know, the ugly, scary ones, and ones like, ugh. It's like, yeah, you can have that, Grandpa. Yeah. Actually, funny story. Years ago, my one grandma, her boyfriend at the time, she was with him, and there was some other guy with him, and I think some other people in this big old car, and what happened is for a joke, her boyfriend, my grandma's boyfriend, he drove up there, and it was actually we saw somebody, you know, walking up there at that camp, and he rolled down the window and was talking to the person and stuff, and he was a jokester kind of guy, I guess, at the time, and you know up there, and then they left. He just, you know, went up there a little ways, saw somebody, and rolled down his window to talk to them and whatever. I don't know what the conversation was about, and then he turned around, and then his buddy in the back was like, "Don't you ever do that again," and stuff. You know, they were out just having a good time. You know, I think they was out drinking or something, and for a joke, he thought it'd be funny to whip in there and just randomly talk to some person, and then his buddy in the back's like, "Don't you ever do that again," or something. I can't remember how the story goes, but I remember my grandma telling this story years ago, and her boyfriend went up there and they was all in the car, and a group of friends, and for a joke, thought it'd be funny to talk to a nudist up there. Like, he didn't get out of his car or anything. He just drove a little way, so somebody walked in. Hey, like, might have been like, what's this camp all about? Oh, this is the Forest Hills nudie camp, and whatever, you know. Hey, you want to walk around butt naked around other people? Fine by me, you know. If you're a group of ladies out there watching this and you want to come over to my house and, you know, walk around in the flesh, I guess feel free to do so. Better not talk about that too much. Or like Billy, well, I'm just a guy. But yeah, you know, hey, whatever floats your boat, you know, if you're into that sort of stuff, you know, hey, knock yourself out. And to me, you know, ladies, yeah, I think years ago they did. But what T8 did a story about that campground. What you said, you could probably exactly what you see. You know, that older people, yeah. I've actually in the past was originally going to turn this YouTube channel into a comedy channel, but the way politics are and everybody's so politically correctness, nah. I do from time to time try to do jokes on here and stuff. I do have a playlist called Comedy where I do from time to time comedy and stuff, and I do love making people laugh and stuff. But the way the politics is nowadays, good luck, you know. Oh, I keep forgetting this. Rob Schneider. He's a good example of a comedian of what happens when certain political groups get their way. You know, I like Rob Schneider's comedy jokes and stuff. I liked him in Do Spigolo Male Gigolo. I remember that in The Animal. But, yeah. Yeah, people wouldn't like my comedy anyways because I'm old fashioned. It's like, relax, it's just a joke. It's not don't take it so hard. But I love to make people laugh and stuff. I always thought it would have been neat to be a comedian and stuff and be like Gabriel Iglesias, Rob Schneider, Eddie, be like like some of these popular comedians, like Richard Pryor, Red Fox, Jeff Foxworthy, Ron White, and Larry the Cable Guy, and those people and stuff. We got 8 people online. Hey, how come nobody's gave me a super chat? A real one, not a fake one. Must be since I'm not a lady flashing my boobies, I guess I don't get that luxury. I got man tatas, but you ain't gonna see those. Of course, I'm over 200 pounds. I'm wearing a tight shirt that in reality I shouldn't be wearing at all. It's one of those kind where if I lift up my arms and stuff, you'd see my belly and make you lose your lunch, or dinner, or your midnight snack. Basically, if you saw me shirtless, basically if your wife or girlfriend saw me shirtless, sorry, buddy, she's gonna be like, date night's over. Ooh, somebody's shooting off something. Firework. I saw a flash in the sky, so somebody's doing some fireworks or whatever. Yeah. It was a joke. I don't care if people send me super chats. If they want, hey, they can send me a super chat. If they don't. I think it would be funny if somebody actually did send me $100. I'd be like, holy crap. But yeah, if you're gonna send super chats to me, send them because you can afford to do it. Don't be spending money you don't have. And any super chat money you send is going to go towards probably an automobile or sody pop, if it's only a couple dollars. Yeah. Sad thing is, one thing I gotta learn on this YouTube stuff is figure out too when would be a good time to live stream when I on night times like these and stuff. I think on Saturday nights, if I did it right, on Saturday nights, on Friday nights, and Saturday mornings, I think would be a good time to live stream and stuff, and then on like Saturday nights and stuff. Probably around 12 when all the bars and restaurants are closing down and last call and everyone, so that would probably be a good time to do live streaming. Oh, I almost thought about doing some chatting with people more at a bar and restaurant. I kind of almost thought about going down there and doing their music bingo and. Actually, the movie Borat I thought was funny. I'm not much of a Star Wars fan, so I'd say the Borat movie. I'm not into the whole Star Trek, Star Wars, and stuff. I'm not into space movies. I'm more into the country western movies and stuff like John Wayne, True Grit, Quinny's Wood. I recently joined a nudist camp, and the first few days were the hardest. Yeah, the hardest. I got that one. I know what you mean. Until you saw that old lady, and then it probably went, That'd be my luck if I joined a nudist camp. I'd either see an old lady or a great big, um, not so good looking plus size woman. Cause I could just picture that, walking around in some big, and then be like, but if people want to do that stuff, that's their cup of tea. Hey, let them do it. Be you do you, and I'll do me. Just like I was talking earlier about police, about transgender people, guys walking down the street dressing up like women. Hey, if they want to do that stuff, hey, you do you and be you. If somebody wants to walk around dressed up like a woman in downtown or the big cities or wherever, hey, that's what you want to do, fine. The only thing is, I would just tell those people, I wouldn't tell them people, but I'd be thinking it and say, I hope they don't use the public restrooms, because to me on the political stuff, like transgender women is talked about a lot, men using women's restrooms and locker rooms, I can see where the issue lies with that and stuff. Is because the problem is how do you know if somebody's truly saying, hey, I'm transgender and I need to use this restroom, and they're truly transgender, or they're just lying to try to fill their sick, sexual fantasies and stuff, What, how do you know if somebody's being true and all that, and who's the fakers are? Because, see, the problem is, in a lot of these states, and I think Michigan's even one of those, I'll have to re-look it up, where basically if you just say I identify as a woman, they can't stop you from going into a restroom. Like the store I work at, they tell the employee if you identify as transgender, you can use whatever restroom you feel comfortable with. And to me, I look at it, if you look like a man, use the men's room. If you look like a woman, use the woman's restroom, and stuff. That's the way I kind of look at it. Like, how do you tell? And to me, if you was born I say if you was born a boy, you should use the men's room, and if you was born a girl, you should use the ladies' room, And then people will say, well, what about the ones that had those operations? And it's just, basically all answers are wrong. I look at it, But I look at it, if you're gonna do certain things, hey, as long as you're not hurting your neighbors or anything, you do what you want to do in life, Some guy wants to go through and spend millions of dollars of trying to look like a girl and do all that stuff, then go do it. As long as you're not out there trying to harm people and start fights and riots and all this stuff, then hey, if you're just doing that and you're just sitting at home reading a book, watching TV, going to work, and you're not trying to harm anybody or hurt anybody, then what's the problem, Do you, and if there's somebody out there that wants to get date that stuff, then hey man, that's all on you. You do whatever. But God, and then people say, well, what? I say let Jesus handle those people. Jesus will fix them. Obviously, some of those they commit harm and they do all this evil stuff towards people and things and commit a lot of harm. And some of those will, yeah, they make books and children's libraries. Yeah, and that's one thing I don't like them. Like is I say leave the children out of it. That's one of the things I say about that stuff. Leave the children out of it. You know. To me, if you're gonna do all that transitioning and all that stuff, you need to wait until you're 18 years old. You're a fully developed adult. Usually around I think the age of 22 they consider you fully developed. Right. They're I seen that stuff too, and I say leave the children out of it. Let the kids be kids. Don't assume anything. Just because a young boy put on a dress for 2 seconds and ran around playing. Hey, let kids be kids. Don't assume all kinds of garbage and leave the kids out of it. Like for example, if you're taking your kids to a drag queen reading children's books, cuckoo. No. Like when I was a kid growing up and learned about drag queen, I was always taught that drag queen shows were for adults that was an adult thing where drag queens were for adults that secretly like men wearing women's clothing and stuff and was not a children's thing. So no, I 100% don't agree with that. Yeah, because to me, like the drag queen stuff, that's I look at that's adult stuff. Only adults should be seeing that stuff, not children. I'm big time. Leave the children out of it. Um, as a parent, you should, at least pay attention to how your kids are playing, how they're acting, and different things. But don't, always assume right away, when they get older. Like to me, if you have a child at the age of 18, you have an 18-year-old child, son, daughter, whatever, and they come to you saying, hey, I feel like I was born in the wrong body, I want to change my body and do all that stuff, then you talk to them and then go from there and say, all right, let's go get you the help you need or whatever. When they start getting in their teenage years and like getting in their teenage years like 15, 16, 17, 18, more closer to full grown adult, then you start going about looking into all that stuff. Obviously, these people that are letting 5-year-olds and 10-year-olds and 8-year-olds do do these transitioning and all that stuff. No, they don't. Their brain are not capable of understanding that stuff. No, that's wrong. Leave the children out of it. You don't let children change their gender and stuff because they're not fully developed to understand. Because what happens is a lot of them will then become adults and then their brains are all messed up and they're sad and depressed, suicidal and all this stuff because they realize that they never really wanted to do all that stuff. So it's hard for me to explain my kind of thoughts, but I'm like, leave the children out of it. If Bubba wants to become Bobby or Charlene or whatever, Michael wants to become Michelle and he's a grown ass adult over the age of 18, then by all means, hey, Dragonfly. And by all means, do what you gotta do. Man, I don't got my broomstick or I shoo him away. Then by all means, do what you gotta do. That's the way I look at it and all that. If some guy wants to change his body or some woman wants to change her body and they're a full grown adult, Hey, do whatever you want to do as long as you ain't hurting nobody. I'm not. What I hate is seeing is people like people walking like a trans person walking down the street and then they get assaulted and attacked and stuff. To me, that's not right. If you're gonna, you need to be respectful of those people walking down the street and they're not harming anybody, they're not hurting anything, and they're just living their life. Then leave them the fuck alone. Leave them alone. Don't. You know. The problem is you got people that walk up to those people and gotta make sure that worshiping. Oh, you're sick. You need Jesus and that and I believe in Jesus Christ of Nazareth, and some of these people that claim to be followers of Christ that would walk up and say, "You need Jesus and you're living in sin," and blah blah blah, and shouting at them. I would be to them. I would love to tap them on the shoulder and say, Jesus Christ of Nazareth's got something to say to you. Because Jesus would be right there and would lecture them about what they're doing. Because it's okay to tell people, hey, you're living in sin. Jesus doesn't like that. It's fine. But when you're doing it in evil ways, then you're not doing it for Christ. You're doing it for Satan, the devil. And I've seen some stuff out there that the right wing has done and left wing both have done. They both are, doing things that Christ wouldn't like, There's even stuff I've done in my life that Jesus Christ doesn't like, I've drank alcohol before, and I smoked a cigarette before, and that's sinning. Jesus, he doesn't like that stuff, and swearing and lying, and so we all have sinned and done a sin, From what I understand is, God looks at it, you commit one sin, you done them all, so. But yeah, there's people out there that, represent, yeah. Well, the small town I live in, it's just that small little hick town where everybody knows, where back in the day, everybody knew everybody and stuff, Yeah. I look at it, I work for a store, so I always assumed that I'd probably been around trans people and just never realized it and stuff. So, I'm not going to hate on those people. If they be nice to me, I'll be nice to them. But in the end, if somebody's going to be evil and rotten to me, then I'm going to be evil and rotten back at them and stuff. So, that's the way I look at it in this whole world. Be nice, do unto others as you want them to do to you, the way I look at the transgender stuff, I look at it as a mental illness. They're just a sick person trying to figure out how to get healthy and make themselves, feel better or whatever, I look at it on those people. If they say, hey, it's just me over here, I'm going to do my thing and not bother anybody, fine, go do your thing, But then when they say, oh, you need to acknowledge me as this, you need to live in my, they want you to, some will try to force you, oh, you need to accept me as this, I'm a woman, I'm this, I'm that, and they start bossing you around, telling you how you should think and feel and stuff, then that's when you tell those people, then you need to back off and go back into your corner or whatever, and then that's when it should be definitely 100% no. But if you're just one of those people doing that stuff, living your life and not harming anybody, not forcing your ideology on other people, then hey, that's fine. Hey, I might say hi to you and that's about it, and we walk on, but well, that's the way the old boys were, But these people nowadays, everyone wants to fight, and to me, I in the past watched those videos online where, because if you see one of those people out in public and you can tell they're that, and stuff, then don't walk up to and say, oh, you're a freak and you this and that. No, just leave them alone. do their thing, you know. If they're just sitting in a restaurant having a piece of cake or a burger or whatever, a cup of coffee, leave them be, you know. Don't fight, and that's the thing with everyone wants to start fights over something. Heck, I can make a video of me sitting. I can make a video. I can make a video of me sitting here eating a cheeseburger right now, and there'd be some vegan person wanting to start a fight about you shouldn't eat meat, you shouldn't do this and do that. You know, there was a flash. Somebody shooting off tantanite or fireworks. That's over that way. There's a field. There's the Grand River, and then by the Grand River, there's a big open, giant field and wooded land where people have campers and stuff, and they do their shooting off fireworks or tantanite or whatever. You know, our town is one of those towns where everybody loves the Second Amendment, so. I live in a hick town where we love our Second Oh, nothing much, but yeah, back to the about train stuff. But yeah, I say, hey, if people want to do that stuff, you know, they can do that. But I don't think it's appropriate for trans people to be like transgender women be using the locker rooms and the women's bathrooms and stuff like that. Because you know, especially if they still have the male equipment down there and stuff. I don't think that's appropriate, you know, especially around children and stuff. And plus, a lot of people don't realize it creates a lot of dangers because a lot of these states are just like, oh, if you say you identify as a woman, you can use the restroom of your choosing, you know. Where if you're a man, you can just nowadays, and I think Michigan's one of them where if a guy wants to walk in the ladies' restroom, all they gotta say is, "Oh, I'm a transgender woman," and then everyone's like, "Okay, then you can use that bathroom." And no, you shouldn't. You know, stay out of those places. You know, and I think a true like trans person that's truly, you know, mentally has the issue, they're gonna be truly respectful and stuff. Where they're like, "Hey, man, I just got this medical illness and I'm trying to figure out how to make the best of it, and yeah, I'll be respectful, you know." I don't think I think the political parties like the Democratic Party, they don't think stuff through and things, and they're, you know, I don't support their political agendas and stuff, and because on a lot of that you're opening up new doors for sick people with criminal sick minds and stuff. Because what happens is these sick people that have sick, twisted, evil, criminal minds will then take advantage of that and go into these locker rooms and bathrooms and start attacking people and stuff, and I don't like that. But and I think true transgender people have understandings of why they can't use certain facilities. They'd be like, okay, I know I was born this way, and so I gotta use this restroom for this reason. Stuff would have a full understanding of that and stuff, you know, and would be respectful and say, "Oh, that's okay, that's fine." Whereas I think the trans people that do some I've seen some videos where some trans people figure out, "Oh, I should be able to allow them to do this, do that," and I think it's because they're in reality. I think some of those ones more have I say a criminal mind instead. I don't really know how to explain myself very good, and do apologize, you know. I don't want to be evil towards anybody, you know. Jesus wants us to be kind and nice to everyone. Are you eyes two different colors? It's probably just the lighting. I think I have like greenish blue eyes and stuff. But yeah, you know, somebody wants to change their gender and their body around, you know, let them do what they want. You know, hey, you fork up the money, you got the money, you spend the millions and billions, go ahead and do it. You know, just don't Just don't start, all kinds of drama and threaten people and stuff. And the same for the other side, don't be walking up to those people trying to treat them like crap, Treat them with kindness. Don't be evil, don't be rotten, you know. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to like clothing and stuff, it's all made from the same thread and needle that made the man's underwear is also making the ladies' underwear. Think about it. They're made in a sweatshop somewhere, anyways, on pennies on the dollar, while they sell it to us for like $5, $10, $20. Makes you wonder how many people lost their life making this shirt or these pants. And I'm wearing these Wrangler blue jeans, well, black jeans stuff. So, people had. You going to do any videos of Bridgefest? Oh, probably not, because usually when Bridgefest is, I gotta work anyway, so I don't get to take time off from that and stuff. And plus, they sometimes play copyrighted music, and I don't feel like trying to talk over the copyrighted music and stuff, and different things. I don't know. I may or I may not. It just depends on how I feel about the Bridgefest. But yeah, on that whole topic, just leave the kids out of it. And I say to trans people, use the public facilities that you were born with. If you was born a male, you use the male restroom. If you was born a girl, you use the girl restrooms or locker rooms. But yeah. So I know a lot of sick people out there will try to do dirty stuff. And then people will say, well, what if that person has such and such equipment in the downstairs? I'm like, well, I don't know what to say, Because there's people that will, some of them have operations to make it look like they have well, I'd be like to them, well, are you going to check to see what equipment they got? And they'll probably say no, and I'm like, that's right, so how do you know who got what, There's this whole gender stuff, it's just the people that have that stuff are mentally ill. They're just somebody that suffers from a mental illness, and the best thing to do, I say, on that stuff is seek a mental health doctor. If you're having weird feelings and stuff, go seek mental health and find a good, trusted mental health doctor and go from there and see what you need to do about it. And hopefully, and I also say to the politicals about it, let the mental health professional doctors handle the situation. Let them figure all that stuff out. Yeah. I may or I may not do a Bridgefest video. I don't know. I haven't really done any of those kind of videos and haven't, I really wouldn't know how to, what to really be filming and really per se seeing, because some of those festivals and stuff, there's so much to see. It's like, and when walking around, it's like, I want to see this stuff and not have to worry about, filming too. And I'm just like, I don't know what to, what would be good, worthy to film and stuff. And what, like, basically, I don't, in reality, I don't know what would people want to see about the Bridgefest, what, and stuff, so. I know that one time I did the parade. I remember last year I did the parade, and I may do that again. And then just do the parade, but, yeah. That's probably what I would do if I did the parade, even though it was a short parade. I would do the parade separate, and then do like a walking around video showing, but, I know there's some festivals. That's why I wish I had a camera crew and a bunch of people on board, because then we'd all band together and figure out how to and stuff. Cause that's the thing. I'd like to have a camera person and be able to walk around and just have the camera person following me, and then maybe this microphone here or some sort of microphone and talk and stuff. Yeah, I seen that Serenet's got a new fire truck not too long ago. They was able to, because the other one, I remember when they got the other one as a kid and that stuff, and I think it's great that they was able to get it on a fire truck, because that's very useful. I remember as a kid them old round fire trucks that had the round front end and the big old circle headlights and stuff. I'm glad that they was able to get a new fire engine, as they call it, sometimes, and I'm glad for that. So yeah, I know they'll definitely this year at Bridgefest will be flashing that off and bragging about it, and they should. I think it's great. The fire department got them a new fire truck and everything. I think that's wonderful and great for them. And I congratulate them on that. Oh yeah. Well, I'll be good, because then that means when people are when they got a fire, people will get out of the way and let them get to their destination to put out the fire and stuff, or medical emergency. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. What time is it? 10:36. Oh, I thought it was later. Somebody put something about. See what we got here. Just quick checking my Facebook. I noticed that on Facebook, and since I don't really talk to people much on there, a lot of. Yeah, you sure can hear it when they go, just like I do. I'm sure you can hear them when they go, just like I do. You're right. I hear them all the time when there's a noise going around and stuff. When there's an emergency. Matter of fact, probably on my live streams, we'll probably be hearing them sometime when I'm live streaming. Hey, an old Dodge pickup for sale on the marketplace. Let's see here. Let's read what this says. I'm selling my classic 86 Dodge T-Series. Has a bunch of new parts, but still needs some work. I have the title in hand, but you have to do the footwork. It currently doesn't run as much as I would love to try this. I just don't have the time. So, somebody's selling their old project pickup truck that they realize they ain't got the time for. I think it would be neat to have a motorhome or a vehicle to haul stuff, like a nice pickup truck. And hey, there's a 97. Ooh, we got 171 on the V8 motor. I always thought it'd be neat to have one of them big old conversion vans. When I was a kid in school, I remember a school teacher having one of these, and it had a TV in it with a VCR. This one's got a stereo system in it, but no TV. I remember one of those kind of Econoline vans. That's got 171,000 on the mile, so I imagine the motor's about ready. But, I'm looking, when it comes to vehicles, I'm looking at minivans and just regular four-door cars and stuff. Basically, when I get the money, right now I'm waiting on this insurance claim. Once I get the funding and the money, then I'm going to start, once I see how much I got, and then go from there and stuff. I'll look at them different. I'll look at what's available and stuff. Because I'm one of those people. I look back at the cars that I have, the kind of vehicles I have. I would love to have a minivan for being able to cart people around, and then also for hauling things. I would love to be able to have a vehicle to haul stuff, and a minivan would be perfect. I like the idea of a cargo van, but cargo vans are in my price in the price range I'd probably have would be all ratted out and junk where it wouldn't even be worth buying and stuff, because cargo vans go for a lot of money and stuff, so I wouldn't be able to basically touch one. But minivans, a minivan I'd be able to get more than. He's a, so I would so so I'm looking right now at either a minivan or, like I had before, another Ford Fusion, because they were really good motors. I would mostly look at cars that I know were really good, motor wise and stuff, and like the Fusion before I got in the wreck, that was a good running car and stuff. Where if I had to buy another Ford Fusion, I would jump at it if it was really good. Not getting like your neighbor. Oh, I wouldn't get no Corvettes or fancy cars unless I was a rich guy, then maybe, but I'm not into all that. Actually, if I knew the laws on it, I would joyride around in something like that. I know some of them grain trucks, as long as you had a farm plate on them and stuff. That's the kind of vehicles I like. Or better yet, that Model T and stuff. I'm not really a Corvette kind of guy. I'm more into the cars of the 1900s when it comes to classic cars. Actually, there's some Chinese mopeds out there that I wouldn't mind having the money to buy and see how well they are and stuff quality wise. What? 4 months ago. I know I'd stay away from Ford Escapes because I had a Ford Escape, but it rusted out really bad. So I always think about the cars that I had in the past that were really good and go from there. And then if one of those pop up, like I had really good luck with some Buick cars, and so if a good Buick even came up, I would go with that and stuff. Then I also look at campers and different things. Oh, here's a cargo van. Well, I notice a lot of these cargo vans are around 2,000, 3,000. They're all rusted out, or the motor's super high miles. Like this one's already got over 200,000 on the miles. It's got rust, and they're trying to get 2,500 for it. And I want to. But now for a thing I'd like to do for kind of a YouTube thing, I wouldn't mind for like getting a bus and doing a kind of a YouTube conversion thingy build project and stuff. When it comes to a school bus, I wouldn't mind for a YouTube video trying to build something with a school bus. I thought it would be neat to get a school bus one of these days, get like one of those medium-sized school buses. Or if I had the YouTube, big old spots of land and a big old YouTube studio, get a full-size school bus and build little rooms in it, make like little mini roomettes and stuff, and then have something that would be cool to take people on road trips with, where like just like couples, and do some road tripping. And then make little roomettes where people could lay down and close a little door and sleep or watch a television program on the screen, and have some TVs in there that they could put the whatever program they want on the stream from their phone to the screen, program or whatever, a show. Let's see anymore. Yeah, the mosquitoes and the bugs are coming, so. Oh, I should totally buy that for 8,000 if I had the money. I mean, something like that. I wouldn't. Actually, if I was going to own a car from the 60s and 70s, it would probably just be maybe a pickup truck. One of them four-wheel drive, like the Ford pickups and stuff. Or what would be neat is a 50s style pickup. I always liked them and stuff, Now, if my village would have never cried about it, I would have had one of these a long time ago. Because I like vintage tractors, hand crank tractors. I had a Farm A hand crank tractor, but the problem with that is the village zoning wouldn't allow it and made me get rid of it because they're communist, Because they're not, because unfortunately they got some communism in them, and so they made me get rid of it, Because they told me I couldn't have it, which supposedly America's a free country, but I guess in that part they wasn't, Well, that's what communists do. And the funny thing is they allow all these off-road vehicles on the streets, but yet cry about some guy having a Farm A tractor. But whatever. I'll get him back. I'll become rich and loaded with money, and then I'll bribe me a politician and change that. Or you know what you do? Buy up the town. Oh, it would be neat to have the money and make YouTube videos of me driving. Well, what the hell? Driving in something like that. Make a bunch of YouTube videos of me trying to operate a backhoe. Yeah. Oh, the liberal Democrats on the village board would not like me one iota. Funny thing about that cage backhoe, I got an uncle that would know how to drive that and get the answer where he'd sat there and see me trying to figure it out, and he'd be busting the gut laughing. He'd be like, yeah, I think it's, he'd laugh, he'd say, hey, I think it's great that you're trying to learn that stuff, Like when I had this Farm A tractor, I remember telling him about it. He said, yeah, I'm glad you bought a tractor, because, at the time, him and my other uncle was doing farming together. And my dad had two brothers that went together and did farming together, and they liked the idea of me learning a tractor, even though this tractor was really, really old and you couldn't do much with it. It was a Farm A. I bought it because it was hand cranked, and I always like hand cranked stuff, and I knew I couldn't afford a Model T, so that's why I bought it, because it was hand cranked, and I like hand crank starting motors and stuff. And that had the PTO on the back, where it had a belt driven PTO, and then the little round bar that spins around, where you can hook up to the PTO hydro and stuff. It didn't have hydraulics on it, just a standard what they call PTO, and had the PTO switch. And I'm just looking at the Facebook Marketplace. Ah, there's somebody in Altos on a cabin chassis, I guess. Fire truck. See, only 6 people on the live stream. Let's see, anybody? Yeah, they wouldn't like me too much, the Democratic Party. Running for mayor. Oh, to change that zoning law, all I had to do was walk around town, get a bunch of signatures, and once I got enough signatures, that law could be changed. But I'm not worried about it. I look at the positive side. Hey, I don't got to worry about trying to fix stuff on it when it broke down, yada yada. Although in my car situation, I'd be driving that thing over to the restaurants and stuff. I'd hop on it, go down Grand River down here on the one road and go in the hole, go to a couple restaurants and showing off my country hillbilly side. That's why I wanna, when I build up YouTube, buy some land and get out of living in town and go live out in the country where I don't have all these silly rules and regulations. And if I did have any problems, then I'd just tell them to go bite me. Do like they did years ago with that one guy. And tell them, take me up in the Manistee National Forest and take me out then. So years ago in Saranac, we had an issue where there was this guy that tried to build little water towers and buildings on his property without a building permit or approval from the village of Saranac, and the village didn't like it. They told him to tear him down. He told them to go fly a kite, basically, and this dude ended up having the sheriff come to his house, and they forced their communist ways on him, and this guy ended up using violence towards law enforcement, and then the guy was on the run and got in trouble, and law enforcement. This guy ran and went up into the our Manistee National Forest years ago, and the lawmen claimed that he took his way out, but a lot of people think that the law enforcement found him out in the woods and said, "Oh, the heck with it," and boomed and took him out because this guy did attack a police officer and a police officer's dog, canine unit, and so after that, thank you, $4.99, thank you very much, and law enforcement said, "You tried to hurt one of us, so we gonna get you back, buddy," and law enforcement took him out, and the guy's now passed on. But it was a situation where this guy just wanted to build, I guess, some little structures on his property. I was a kid when this happened, back in the early 2090s when it happened, and this guy just wanted to build little structures on his property. The building department and township didn't like it. They're like, "Hey, you're not following the laws and stuff, so tear him down." And he didn't get the proper permission under the zoning laws, and so they basically took him out and stuff. And it just turned into one of those where the guy resorted to violence and stuff. Now me with the whole tractor situation I had with the village, I just like, oh well, we'll get rid of it, and no problemo. And I would if I had a ton of money, I would have more been willing to tell law enforcement, tell the village take me to court, sue me, and do a little fighting there. But legally, I wouldn't want to get involved in violence. I even said to them right out, "Well, I hope this don't turn out to be another such and such a situation, because I wouldn't want that." And we chuckled about it, Oh no, this town's been a good little town, but they just don't like people having farm equipment down. I could see manure spreaders and combines and certain things. Kind of understandable, but also I look at it. Hey, if you own your own property, you should be able to have what you what you want on it and stuff, provided that's not hurting the neighbors, And the tractor, having a farm away tractor, wasn't hurting nothing. All I did with it is just hand cranked it, started up, and drove it down the road a little bit here and there. Drove it around the block a few times, just for the fun of it. And went out on the dirt roads, and I wasn't harming nothing, but apparently they thought I was. But, well, they know that I'm not afraid to speak my mind, and so lately they leave me alone. But what it was is somebody that lived inside the village that didn't like me for political reasons cried to them, so they felt like they had to do something. And I personally know this person, and well, all I got to say to you is, have your fun, because one day, good buddy, you're gonna wake up and realize you messed up. Because what it is at the time, me being a conservative person and they being a Democrat, they thought they was gonna hurt me, and well, you didn't. Yeah, I don't get to ride around on a farm tractor, but oh well. One of these days, through this YouTube and stuff, I'm gonna make the millions and billions, and I'll get me another one. Matter of fact, I'll buy me the one I actually wanted, Ellis Chalmers. And the only reason why I like Ellis Chalmers is because I have and he's passed away many years, but an old farmer friend had one of those Ellis Chalmers forklifts that look like the Ellis Chalmers WD with a forklift on the rear of it. He had one of those Ellis Chalmers forklift rather. Ooh, $2 and something. Yep, thank you for that. Let's see here. Make sure I like both of those. So I made $6.99 just doing this, and here I thought about at night going to well, I would have been home by now anyways, at a place that was doing a music bingo thingy where it's a bar and restaurant in town. They do this thing called music bingo, and what it is you listen to music, and then and you look at your bingo card and see if you got the name of the song on the bingo card, and then if you do, you click it until you get a bingo. I wish they would do regular bingo down there, because then I'd be down there every chance they had. Because unlike my grandpa, Grandpa Meyer, my mom's father, he used to love bingo so much. When he was a truck driver, he went by the CB handle Bingo Man. So I like regular bingo. Maybe I should petition to this restaurant. They might this restaurant might even say, well, you buy the equipment, we'll let you do regular bingo down there, and then maybe I'll have to start a GoFundMe, say, help me buy bingo equipment. Because this place is a bar and restaurant and stuff, and I've gone down there a few times socializing with people and stuff, being able to and stuff. Yeah. $6.99, that $2 there, that'll help me at $4.99, and $2 will help me out a lot. I'll buy me another bottle of pop and maybe a bag of chips. Or a snack. Yep. Now when it comes to vintage vehicles, like this old Project International, let's find a good picture of it. See, that's our project. When it comes to vintage vehicles, I'm more into kind of this stuff right here, the old vintage trucks a little more stuff. Matter of fact, I'll show you the ultimate. Let's see. I'm just looking at the Facebook Marketplace, and that soda's on me. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Those cows playing bingo can get violent. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's why I form money. But when it comes to vintage vehicles, I'll show you kind of here. Well, here's what I like more when it comes to antique cars. It's stuff from the 1800s and the 1900s and stuff, from the early days of automobiles. And I would love to have the money to create my own style 1920s, 1900s vehicle and stuff like old cars like these. These are what I like, you know, the old style. When it comes to antique vehicles. Matter of fact, here's a Model T. I guess they don't have very good. And the old standard Ford Model Ts and stuff. Like here's an old Model T coupe somebody has and stuff like that. Those are the cars I like. Matter of fact, here's a common, you know, like Model T type vehicle you see a lot. That's a nobody. They're for about $10. Oh, here's an old white one. There's a rare color. Usually you find all the ones in black, but there's a nice vintage. I think they kind of. I don't know if you'll see that too good, but yeah, there's a nice one. They want 20 grand for that. That was posted over a year ago. Probably already been sold. Like old trucks like the Waltons used to have. Like the TV show The Waltons. Old trucks like that. Because I want to build sometime in the near future my version of like an antique car and so. Yeah, nice tray there, good buddy, about the Saint channel donated. Yeah. Unless you talk about the PayPal, then hey. I also got PayPal, so if you want to PayPal something. I know, that's a little joke there. Well, there's an odd vehicle you don't see many around. Somebody made a Volkswagen flatbed. Some of you car people might think, man, that's an odd. That's on the Facebook Marketplace somewhere in Grand Rapids, Michigan. That's a Volkswagen single cab. That's what they're claiming, single cab truck. That's a rare. I just typed in Ford Model T in Facebook Marketplace and it pops up random. You know, there's a weird Cadillac limo. Somebody's trying to sell some project. Oh, there's some people out there that I know on Facebook and stuff. I kind of know on Facebook where if I was rich and loaded with money and I had a limousine and could hire a limo driver and stuff, I would have loved to get with them and go and hire a limo driver and we'd go driving around, you know, thrift store shopping and if they like to, I think they like to drink and stuff, so I would take them bar hopping and stuff if they was into that. You know, there's an old Chevy style. There's what a Chevy looked like way back in the day. That's a 1927 Chevy. But there are some ladies I know that I'm kind of getting to know a little bit and thought, it'd be neat to. One of these ladies is actually moving on stage. Oh, riffraff don't bother me none. We'll have their day. Because eventually they'll do something that'll make them Google YouTube mad and kick them out. And that one person's just joking around. It's okay to joke around and have fun. 11:03. There's a hint. Yeah, there's a cool mule. Somebody really made that into a parade. I don't know if you can see that. There's one I need. I had the kind of money I'd buy that. I'd buy that, but I would change the logos on that, the advertisements on it. The standard gas service, they made that look like a gas. I would actually, if I had $15,000 and I was truly looking for something like that, I would change the logos to like an actual business. You know, I know somebody that runs a construction business, so I would either change it to their construction business logo or my brother's drafting company that he started. Cause like, hey, that could be like Wayne and Garth. Somebody selling one of them AMC cars, AMC Pacers. Be like Wayne and Garth on Wayne's World. Wayne's World, Wayne's World, party time every time. You know, Shawing. Matter of fact, since I think about bingo stuff, I should type in bingo on. Let's see what's here. Bing. I should get one of those software programs where I can look at where I could have me on camera and then the screen and do the where you can see what's on the screen and stuff and make it easier to see those pictures and stuff like they do. Matter of fact, my brother actually has a free software program that he knows how to use where he could set it all up for me, and he's mentioned that when I need to break down and do that. He bought one of those little touchpad thingies that you can program the keys to do funny sounds and different things. And oh, I don't know the laws on it, but if I had one of those professional bingo machines thingies they use, like bingo blowers, I think they call them. I never did handyman work at that church next door to me. All I did was just cut the grass and make sure and do like kind of cleaning and stuff, you know. That church had a problem with bats getting in it, so what I would have to do is scoop up the dead bats and clean it and stuff. It was more of a custodial thing. One thing I did do is in the wintertime have to turn on the furnace and make sure the furnace was running to keep the pipes from freezing. Hey, a professional bingo thingy. Okay, that's what I need right there. Have that set up and go talk to that bar and restaurant and say, hey, I got a professional bingo, giddy up. Let's do bingo. Regular bingo. There's some. I wouldn't know how to operate that machine, but got the bingo board and everything. Oh, must be it's got monitor. Oh, I like that one TV with the knobs on it. There also must be the old kind where you can hook up TVs to it. I would for easy portability yeah. Arrow International Presidential Council bingo flashboard bingo ball blower thingy. They want $2,400 for that. From Mount Morris, Michigan. Well, let's see here. Professional grade. I like the wood grain feature. You can tell that was like a 70s. Hey, they got a video. Hey, come on. Turn the volume up here. The church about that church, it will never open back up as a church because it was sold off to some people sold off the people that sold me this house. They split the property up into two parcels and sold it off, and the people that bought that church, they're trying to actually turn it into apartments, living quarters. They're trying to make them like a 3-unit apartment complex. And I talked to somebody that went to the meetings because the people had to get a zoning variance, I think is what they call it, and from the village office, and they had a meeting and where people can come and express their concerns and stuff. And people were asking questions, and the one guy I know that lives on the other street over here, we got to talk about it, and it sounds like these people that bought it might not know a whole lot, like, about how to go about things, and so they're not very bright, I guess. And so they're gonna try, I guess, and make apartments out of it. They're taking a jolly old time, but I don't think they're. In fact, I would say that if I had Richard Lawrence money, I'd set that, and they would let me. I'd set up that bingo board thinking, and on a Thursday night or whatever nights, and do bingo if I knew how to operate stuff like that, and do cash bingo if I knew the laws, where people could win money. Maybe that's why they do them, because with the music bingo, it's all computerized and stuff. You can win gift cards, but that's about it. So what I would do if I can only do gift cards, then I would do like Visa gift cards and Master gift cards and stuff like that. Yeah. Can you say? You know what I can say? 69. You know what we back in our day we used to say to the ladies? Hey baby, what comes after 69? And if she said mouthwash, then she knew. I'm from the old school generation. We don't talk about that number. We talk about 69. Two can chew. And redneck girls, not only could they 69, but they could chewing tobacco well 69 and or smoking. Yeah. To me, that'd be better, but man, them bingo machines are a lot of money. I even saw electronic bingo machine thingy that would be kind of neat, but oh, they get a lot of money for that stuff. Let's see, what does eBay recommend me to the? Not looking good. I gotta click on one thing and then they all recommend you all this. Vintage, just old way touch tone phone. Oh yeah, it's looking at an old telephone. Liquor in the front, poker in the back. Yep. I know all about that one. So let's see here. I'm an old country boy from the 90s. I've heard it all. Cloak the Joker. Remember, cloak the Joker before you poker. Let's see here. I'm at 5,122 total subscribers. Well, I didn't know I made that far on subscribers. 5,122. Let's take a screenshot of that. Wrong button. There we go. Let's edit that. There's what it's claiming for subscribers right now. 5,122 subscribers. So share this live stream. Let's get more people on there. I only got 8 people on here. Let's get a bunch of people and let's bring up those super chats here a little bit more. Now, if you all excuse me, I gotta use the restroom, so I'll be right back. Yeah, we'll flip the camera around so y'all can see the nighttime, what it's like on my street. Yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta go use a restroom and drain the faucet. There, now I'm back. Gonna get me something to eat. Fat boy gotta eat. And yes, I know about when it's slippery when wet. So, no, I know about that too. I guess you can play some silly little games too, I guess. Oh, they always weird little games, I guess, or products. We're not gonna do any of that. Stupid. What the heck's this over here? Tap. Super chat. Okay. So I think there was some weird thing I can do on here. Go here. So that's what it sounds like.
So that's what it sounds like. So that's what it sounds like. So that's what it sounds like. So that's what it sounds like. So that's what it sounds like. So that's what it sounds like.
Ah. I wonder why it's doing that.
Wonder why it's doing that. Wonder why it's doing that. Wonder why
I keep forgetting to.
I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting.
Boy, it must be the audio is screwed up.
Boy, it must be the audio is screwed up. Boy, it must be the audio is screwed up. Boy, it must be the audio is screwed up. Boy, it must be the audio.
Man, that's why nobody's heard me stand on.
That's why nobody's heard me stand on. That's why nobody's heard me stand on. That's why nobody's heard me stand on.
Must be. Oh, I was checking out the audio on this thing. How's the audio sounding? I'm just trying to figure out all this. Maybe that's the problem. Interference, maybe having this on the live stream, and I'm trying to figure this all out. Let's see here. Got the echo. That's the volume to the speaker. Yeah. So yeah, when you're on there, how's the audio on this live stream? Is it sounding weird or anything? Almost there for a moment there, I think it was. Yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta quit going in the house. There, I'm back. For a minute, it was sounding kind of weird. It must be because I had the my phone on the live stream as well, and the volume up. Some little bit of interference. I'm new to all this live streaming stuff, so I don't know how to set up audio and video correctly and everything, so I know there's professionals that will know how to run all the proper programs and stuff. I did notice on there some lagging. So yeah. Well, if I get enough money off this live stream tonight, then you people will have to maybe send some money my way so I can buy all that fancy live streaming equipment and stuff. Let's go back to Facebook here and look at the marketplace. Go back to the marketplace and look at random scrap for sale. Somewhere's on a toilet, portable toilet. Well, that's a DVD one. I remember when I was a kid, seeing vans and stuff having something like that, but instead of a DVD player, it was a VHS player. And I remember as a kid thinking those people were rich, thinking they had money. Typing them. It's going good. I'm just looking at Facebook Marketplace, typing portable. See what's pop up. Portable VCRs back in the day. There's one of those small TVs back in the day. I remember as a kid, back in the day, I just watched a good outside last night. You're gonna have to try it. I would say Clover Valley is just as good as Kraft. Oh, I wouldn't say to me, I don't really notice a difference when it comes to Kraft and in Clover Valley. To me, it all tastes the same. So, truth be known, it's probably Kraft, probably the shells and the cheese. The Clover Valley one, probably Clover Valley goes to Kraft, and Kraft just scrapes whatever falls off the floor and then sells it to Clover Valley, and they slap their name on it. Who knows? Yeah, I remember back in the day, a lot of minivans would have like small little TVs like that with a VCR. Yeah, I don't know, but I don't want to start any conspiracy theories, and then them corporations come after me, and you know. But yeah, I remember I had for a long time I had a 13-inch portable TV, and then when we had trash day, I put out for the garbage man because I didn't have no place to store it. And didn't have a need for it because I got 2 VCRs, so I'm good. But yeah, I remember those little portable TVs, little 9-inch TVs back in the day with a VCR connected to them, and people and a lot of like conversion vans would have one in the middle for people to watch and stuff. And I always thought as a kid growing up, that if somebody was driving a vehicle that had a built-in like had a TV in it, I thought they were kind of money people. As a kid, I when the power went out when I was a growing up, this is what we would use to watch TV on. I remember having them, the black ones, not this color, but black ones. Yep, 90s vehicles were insane. I remember as a kid growing up having a little portable TV like that, and being able to watch TV on it. Matter of fact, I'll take a portable TV. But yeah, I remember those style TVs either taking 10 10 C size batteries or 10 D size batteries and stuff, and oh, I'll never forget those. And matter of fact, here's actually my dad had one of these, kind of one of those. We had one of those as well, and then the other kind, and we used to plug in 10 D size batteries into it or C size batteries and try to watch TV on it. And my dad would when a commercial came on, we would shut the TV off, wait for the commercials to get over, and hurry up and turn the TV back on to the program because my dad liked to watch NASCAR racing, and so he'd always have to try to watch NASCAR. I remember him sometime doing that, and that's how we did TVs and stuff when the power went out. So that was like our generator kind of thing. Here's an odd one I never seen. I never seen that design before. This is the first time I ever seen that kind of design. A portable TV. I wish they make portable TVs nowadays, and I know, and I actually have a portable digital television with a built-in TV screen and stuff, and I do want to replace that someday with a modern one because the one I got, the battery doesn't work in it, and because it's really really old. But here's what the newer versions of portable TVs. Because I thought about getting a newer digital portable television thingy because I thought it would be neat to have the money and get a bunch of them and build like somehow like little mini like push campers and on the inside have a little TV where and a like a and rig up some sort of like basic little outdoor antenna on the camper so that way homeless people could have a little a little TV to watch and whatever free stations they could pull in and through the rabbit ears antenna and stuff. Yes, I'm old school. I call my TV antenna rabbit ears. Yeah. Them little analog portable black and white TVs were big time battery eaters here. They only gave you about, I say, maybe at the most 20, 30 minutes worth of watching, even if that. But basically, you were allowed to watch maybe one program and then you was done for. They were battery eaters, and I met a few times. And sometimes my dad didn't even bother with trying to mess with the little TV. He did a little bit, but sometimes he just like, they're just it's a waste. We mostly listened to a lot AM and FM radios. We had a bunch of portable battery operated radios, and we would turn it to our country music station or whatever. My dad used to like to listen to back in the day B93, and we would listen to the radio, and that was it. a lot of times. We didn't get too much into that, but there was a few times where he would break it out and try to watch, because them things were so rinky dinky. It was like not even worth, wasting the batteries. Because my dad looked at, you know, those batteries would be better off in a flashlight than in a TV and stuff. But we did from time to time. I remember even trying to watch the TV show Cops and America's Most Wanted on one of those at one time. And we just, because when living out in the country, whatever our antenna could pull in, that's what we got. We didn't have cable or satellite because we couldn't afford it. And then we had dial-up internet. That was our luxury, having access to the internet back in the day. And as a kid, I didn't realize that having internet was a luxury back then. So I have lived in this town in the actual inside the village limits since 2006. And before that, I spent most of my life out in the country on an old country dirt road. So I actually myself have a generator, and when the power goes out, I keep forgetting I have a generator and put gas in it and stuff. So, oh, there's a vintage Toshiba button. But yeah, them little small 9-inch portable TVs with a VCR. I remember them back in the day when being in a Ford Econoline van, and there would be one in the center, in the middle, in between the two front seats in the center console area and stuff. I remember somebody, it was a teacher lady, she had this van that had that TV in it, and I remember my one uncle had one of those GMC Astro vans, and it having a TV in the one corner and him watching television on it and stuff. And I kind of, as a kid, thought people who had TVs in their car were kind of money people. One thing about in my family was is some of my family members had money, but they didn't, flaunt it around. They didn't like say, "Oh, look at me, I'm Mr. Big Money Guy." They remembered where they came from and they were respectful and stuff. Like my dad didn't have a whole lot of money, and so they were all like they were respectful people. Like when they had money and they had toys, they shared it with people. Like I had an uncle that he was a computer drafter and made a lot of money, and he was nice enough to share his toys with his family members. I remember one time he had a fancy, well, I wouldn't say fancy, but he had a nice boat and took family members out on it, and we all did a family outing of the family members got together, and we met up at some lake, and we did boating and tubing on it and all kinds of stuff. I had this my one uncle, he that I talked about earlier, doing truck driving and stuff. He had a jet ski and took people out on the jet ski and stuff, and I had an uncle that took people on the snowmobiles and quad runners and stuff. My one uncle bought his daughter a mini quad runner, a youth quad, and he let me ride it, and him and his wife let me ride it and learn how to drive a quad runner and stuff, and I learned all that stuff, and I remember how they was, and that's what inspired me to when I become wealthy, to be a giving person. And so, well, any scary stories there, like haunted, spooky stories? I ain't got any of those, but if you want scary stories, well, my parents passed away, so I guess you can say that's scary stories. My mother having medical problems and passing away and stuff. But I don't have any scary stories like spooky, Halloweeny, ghostly ones. Nope. How long have you lived in this town? Well, I lived in the town of Saranac since the day I was born. The day I was born, I lived in Saranac since 1990, so I lived here since born. Well, I should find that on here. I remember when I was a kid in school, they had these Oh, I had one that was a karaoke machine, but a funny little cassette player stereo. Let's see here. And I remember they made these ones that had a TV screen and little slide out speakers. Let's see here. Find a picture on Amazon on Google. Oh, that's eBay. Just go to images. I remember seeing those handheld TVs before, the handheld ones. Let me click on this Memorex here. But I remember the one I had of these little portable TVs. This is what I at one time kind of had. Let's try to find the actual one I had. This is. I think mine was called a clam or a calam or something. Got some of these little. But back in the day, this is kind of what I had for a vintage black and white TV as a kid. That's what I kind of had right there. It was a different brand. It was one of those cheapo you can get anywhere for like 15, $20 back in the day, and it took a bunch of C-size batteries and stuff. I remember. And I bought it at a garage sale, and we used it to watch when the power go out, watch NASCAR racing in the summertime and stuff. And I remember one time my dad trying to watch the TV show Cops and America's Most Wanted. That was a good. Yeah. So let's see here. What was I going to? Vintage. Let's see if I can find one of the ones that I was thinking of as a kid. Then for display purposes, I got rid of it, but I had one of them real old vintage from the 60s and 70s style TV radios with the turn knobs, but I got rid of that because I didn't have the room for it. I remember. Oh, just typing. Messed up the wording. Well, congrats to the 8 people and the 24 likes there. Thank you all for tuning in. If you like, you can also send me some super chats if you want to. Type in early 2000s. Let's see. I remember there was one I was trying to show here. So I can. Yes. And the funny thing is I don't remember seeing, and they made them, but I don't ever remember seeing many of those. The only ones I saw were the black ones, or like the kind of like dark color ones. I never really seen those transparent ones too much, but maybe that was something I would have had to, as a kid, go to Best Buy or I guess Toys R Us, and I didn't get around those stores much. So, trying to look for that. But them are ones like I showed before, you know. I wish they would do something like that, but like for portable TVs, I wish they would make more colorful TVs and stuff instead of just making always black all the time. I know they do make colored TVs, like, you know, what they could do is with something like that, they can make easily bring these back, but make them colored, digital, and transparent, and even the portable digital TVs they got out now make them different colors. You know, be more colorful instead of just always black all the time. I know it's that like you go in the store, you look for a TV, and it's always the color black or something. Make some colored ones. Make ones that look like a wooden picture frame or something. Like what a modern style console TV would look like. Let's see here. Look at some type in vintage karaoke machine and see what. I remember as a kid having something like that as a little toddler, a little microphone cassette thing. See if I can find that style I'm looking for. Click on this one and see if it shows any recommendations for that. I guess not. See if we can find one of those vintage little TVs that I remember in school one time they gave out. Yeah. Yeah, the mosquito. I remember as a kid having one of those little karaoke machines. I remember as a kid, they made something like that, but it had a TV screen on it and slide out. Hey, that's what I should do. Vintage. Type in vintage. Let's see here. See what we can find here. Find one of those. See, that's kind of not quite similar to what I was looking for. It's kind of close, but. They had a Wait a minute. Shoot. But I remember back in the day they made them something like this, but it had a little TV screen on it and stuff, and I remember as a kid one time in school they gave out a few of those to the kids, and I thought it would have been neat to be able to get one of those because they had some like reward thingy, like almost like, oh, I forget what they call it, where you if you got good grades, you got win a prize and stuff, like student of the month or something like that. And they, of course, I got a water bottle. I remember, and they were for the one reward prize. But I thought to myself, man, I wish I could have got one of those little TVs as a kid. See if this will. And I remember I had little slide out speakers and stuff, and they were pretty common and popular. I know for a Christmas present one year, my father got me one of those little karaoke machines because I wanted one. And no, this is actually Mellow Yellow that I'm drinking. This is Coca-Cola Mellow Yellow. But that little karaoke machine, I had one of those. I remember my dad buying one of those for me for a Christmas present. And then it got broken. I don't know how it got broken. My father wasn't happy about it. I think my brother might have even broke it. But I remember in school they gave to kids who were got good grades one time some prizes, like depending on how well you did, and they had these little TVs V's and stuff, and they gave them out. And I wish I would have got one of those as a kid. And I'm like, dang, I wish I would have had gotten one of them. But I would have had to had super good grades and stuff in order to get one of those. And maybe if I would have buckled down, they would have let me. but I did do a little muesli water bottle that had the school name on it. Let's see here. Cool vintage. See what pops up in it. I know some people that have little kids that would love that. That little princess stereo. Yeah, there's an old RV camper. I know what I'd do if I had something like that. They won't wait too much for that. Oh, they got a kind of price for it. 1,500. That's a project. I know what I would do if I had the money. I always thought it would be neat. Let's see here. How many feet is it? Oh, it's way too long. Looks like it, but I always thought it would be neat to get an old camper like that and strip it down and build like make something like that. And what I would do is strip that camper down and just use the frame and build up a new camper, and in the middle of it put a dividing wall and make like a 2-room camper where it like be two campers on one basically and stuff. And I know what I would look to do if I had the money. What would be better is just get a mobile office trailer, and what I would do would be a lot more easier to convert a mobile office trailer over to a 2 room chit chat. Well, that's somebody's own old $600 one. But I even debated like getting one of these like 8x15s or 8x20 little office trailers and stuff. This one's 30 foot. Like here's a well, that's a biggie. Ooh, there's a nice. That's far away from me. I always like these older style office trailers. I always like the look of those kind. Well, what I thought would have been neat to do, they don't got pictures of the inside of it because it's old as dirt. But what I always thought would have been neat to do is on the inside take you probably have to take out. I would move the door. I'd add 2 doors, two exterior doors on it. Put a new door here, move the door over, and then where this window is, take that where that window is, take that window out, add a second door, and then in the middle of that, on the inside, put a dividing wall up and make it into like a 2 room structure where you'd at least have room for like maybe a twin bed and a nightstand and make like 2 little rooms out of it. That's a 10x36, but even something like this and make it like a 2 room structure where each person, where 2 people could have their own like private little rooms and stuff. That's basically what I would do with one of those office trailers or an older camper and divide it up into 2 rooms. I even thought about a regular camper doing that, get like an older camper and cutting the inside out and making it into 2 rooms and stuff. See if anybody. Yep, you too. I don't know if I got you right there. Right now, I'm looking at the marketplace and live streaming and not paying attention to you, so do apologize for that. There's a nice burnt model. 500. Well, that'd be neat to modify. Take that old guppy and redo it. Needs redone or made into a trailer. Probably what I do is tear that down and then use the trailer frame to make a new style camper like I talked about. And because that would be a neat idea to do. I think anyways. Get a camper and for even for say this 20-foot one here for sale, something like that, and convert it into a 2 room camper and modify it. That's why I wish with YouTube I had the funding and the money to do all that stuff. Because then what I would do is hire somebody to do it for me and then film them doing the build. Because I don't know what I'd be doing. Where's that at? Well, that's over in Indiana. I like the stove in that. I like the vintage stove. There's an old part model. Got the old slide outs there, or tip outs, as some people call them. Tip outs, bump outs. That's in Indiana. Got the old 80s, 70s decor. It's definitely a project. How much are they asking for that? 500. Well, if I had the truck and trailer and the property, I'd fix that up and live in it. Something like that. The only problem is insulation would be an issue because those walls are so paper thin. They make them 2x2 studded lumber, and you would have you would be the heat bill would be kind of interesting. Yeah, if I was rich and little with money and knew how to do carpentry work and stuff, I would obviously down at the bottom there, it's splitting the stuff. You'd have to take care of the that rot and stuff and seal the roof up and you'd have to replace all the doors and windows and do a lot of modernizing. Like this, I saved this trailer, but if I had a property out in the country, I wouldn't mind that. Had a place for it. But you gotta be careful because sometimes your local governments would outright you. But I thought that was a really nice little mobile home trailer. Small. Ooh. I thought that was a really nice one. Somebody has kind of restored that a little bit. Only thing is, I would do to that is probably hire somebody to put camper windows in there, modern style camper windows. I'd probably take out. I'd probably for heat purposes, winter time purposes, probably have the sliding glass door removed and just a single door put in its place for to try to help on the heat cost and stuff. Maybe, but that's a 1950s and it's a 35 footer. So owned it for many years. Don't need it anymore. Sorry, no trays, yada yada. But says I have never had the water hooked up or tested the septic system. Lights work and no furnace. So yeah, that's the one in the back. I remember looking at that before, and in the back, you can, in the back, you can see where it normally would have the furnace in the rear, that little pipe in the ceiling. That's where a furnace would go. And so what I would do there, if I knew how to do it and install everything, you'd have to get, I think, a mobile home approved one, but a smaller wood stove. What I would do in that is just put a small wood stove in there and take that piping out, add double wall sill piping, and put one of those maybe put a cubic mini in there or some other kind of small like Aspen, Vermont Casting Aspen. I think they call it Aspen C3 model, like a small, because they make small wood stoves that you could put in there and that would heat up that little camper just beautiful. Or if you didn't really care about heating up the whole place, get one of those cubic minis and have a way to seal off the hallway entrance there into the back bedroom and try to stay warm that way, Cut your water off in the wintertime and have at it. Yeah, there's a vintage camper. There's a rare style truck camper you don't see much. That's kind of an odd one. First time I've ever seen one like that. By the way, I'm just making this because I know I can make some pocket change off in this live stream. Well, I made off from superchats $6.99. So then whatever taxes take out of it, give or take, there's about $2 or $3. So hey, it's better than sitting in a restaurant spending money on food and drinks and stuff. I always wish I always liked to get some little stubby ones. I always thought it would be neat to have one of them little vintage small little campers like that. There's the inside of it. I always thought it'd be neat to have one of those and customize it to my liking. I know what I would do with that one. That one looks like it's been pretty much restored, but I'd actually take those benches out and stuff, and probably take out and if that ain't got a wet bath in it, add a wet bath to it. I know what I would do there if I had that. Put like the truck campers have a wet bath style in that, and they want 5,000 for that. That's a vintage Field and Stream 1973 Field and Stream 12-foot vintage camper. I would have that set up with one of those cubic mini wood stoves in there and a wet bath, and then just basically throw a bed in there and put a mini fridge in there and a microwave and a toaster oven and call it a day, basically. Make a nice, perfect little one man band type camper. No, there's one of them old vintage pop ups from way back in the day. From like way back in the day. That's from the 60s. But my dad seen those in the day. Back when they made a lot of pop up campers where it was just a bed and a canvas tarp. See if anybody's. Yeah, and to all you that are 6 people that are on this live stream, hey, thanks for sticking around. Trooping on, you're probably already falling asleep at your keyboards. It's already 12 midnight. Oh, 7 people on. And if you're a youngin' and you're on this live stream and your mommy told you to go to bed a long time ago, then get your butt to bed and listen to your parents. I don't know who all was on here, what age and stuff, so. My channel is geared for adults, for the adults and stuff, so. So all you parents out there letting your kids watch my YouTube channel, be careful, because I gear my content to the adult or mature audience. My content is kind of more for the adults and stuff, because, well, it's going to be like a TV station if ever in the near future where there'll be a variety of different content and stuff. So, there's a... So maybe there's going to be all sorts of stuff on here. Because I know out there ain't a whole lot of stuff to watch for free out there, so that's why I want to do that. I'm trying to bring a variety of different content and having a bunch of people on here and making my own TV shows and different things and travel videos from product reviews, so all sorts of stuff, so that way I can offer up out there in the world free stuff for people to watch that can't afford them. Netflix and Hulu and Amazon Prime and all that stuff. You know, I'm not saying that right now I'm the greatest YouTuber out there. There's way better things to watch out there than me, but hey, you know, I got a goal in mind and I got to work on it. So hopefully later on I can make my dream a reality. Let's see here. Right now I'm just looking at RV campers. Let's type in bus. See what kind of buses are for sale. Yeah, there's a purple bus. Where's that at? Flint, Michigan. Well, I know where Flint is. That's over there towards the east, where I'm pointing, where my arm's stretched out. I don't know what they did on the inside. Being it's purple, I imagine they made it a party bus too long for my teeth. Somebody was really into NASCAR. Someone made a Dale Earnhardt #3 NASCAR. You can tell they took that to the races. They even put a porch on the back of it. Yeah, they definitely converted that over to a motorhome. There's a green bus. Somebody spent the time and made that into a nice motorhome. I know some people do a really good job at converting old school buses into motorhomes, and then some people just do the most running it, throw to get a job and stuff. And sometimes it kind of makes me kind of chuckle, and then other times it makes me like, you just ruined a perfect good bus. Because I have an idea with a school bus that I thought would be neat to do. I would like to get one that has all the seats to it, and not get like a super or big bus, but like a medium size bus. And I thought it would be neat to try to make them basically mini rooms. Make a bus with mini rooms. Hey, there's an old cavalry bus. Let's have a look, see. Because on something like this is a full-size cavalry school bus, but something like that, clean out all the junk out of it, and try to, on one side, make like little mini rooms with them, little like pocket sliding doors that people could go in the room, shut the door, and have a little bit of privacy, a little bit, and something that would be great, taking groups of people out and about and stuff, convert it over to like a chauffeur bus, have a driver and have a little catwalk on one side and rooms on the other for people to camp in and stuff and go on road trips with. And because what I picture doing is like getting like those RV campers have, the little fold down dinette tables, and making them putting a fold down dinette table down, and then putting a wall and then another wall and so forth, so on, like having the dinette table fold down and then a wall, or maybe like full size beds or something, and like putting the full size bed in and then having a wall and then another wall and then a bed and then a wall and stuff, and then have like pocket sliding doors on one side, and so people could sleep and then on the walls have like maybe a TV and stuff and some little shelving and things. Now if I could do it, depending on how much space the bus has, the width, you would have to do a lot of measuring. I would try to add a bed and then maybe like a spot for a mini fridge and then like a microwave and toaster oven. And probably maybe and stuff for microwave, toaster oven, and then a TV, so that way people could for food. If you did the fold down dinette tables, and people could have it in table mode, play cards or whatever, and then fold down into a bed. But it'd be something kind of geared towards the couples, kind of, a guy and girl or whatever, So, and you're going on like a road trip, say you're going antiquing, or you got a group of friends and they all decide they want to go bar hopping or whatever, then people would have a place to rest their head in between drinks and stuff. I even thought about that, or do something where you just have in the back like maybe a one bed or something. I don't know, but I always thought that would be neat to try to make like on one side of the bus a bunch of little rooms and stuff. See if anybody. I even thought about that. I even thought about looking at one bus there. 6 people on the live stream. Boy, you 6 people are troopers, I'll tell you what. Even if you're bots or whatever, not real people. Well, I think I'm gonna end this live stream so I can go in the house and get some things done. So, yeah, I guess I'll cut this out now. Turn it off. Oh, I'll probably be back on here maybe Monday or something like that. I don't know. But yeah. Hope you all have a good day and thank you for watching Boomhauer69 YouTube channel. Don't forget to share this video with everyone you know. Greatly appreciate if you share these videos and stuff, and hope you enjoyed this live stream. I am gonna, when I get more money later on, I am gonna try to make more videos and stuff, but right now, financially, I can't do a whole lot on YouTube, so do forgive me for that, and I'll try my best, but I hope you all have a good day, and thank you for watching Boomhauer69's YouTube channel.